LoveLore Library. Chapter 716. Congratulations, you've broken through again. Murong Qingqing smiled at Lin Xian. This smile stunned everyone, as if the whole world had become incomparably beautiful. It's all right, I was just lucky. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Everyone was startled awake, their hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. They wished they could transform into Lin Xian and chat with Murong Qingqing. Yan Qingyang, Shen Yaotian and the rest were spitting fire from their eyes. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they wished they could tear Lin Xian apart. Especially Yan Qingyang, his eyes were abnormally cold as he roared in his heart, just a fake honored warrior, how dare he snatch my woman. Brat, after entering the academy, I'll teach you how to behave properly. With so many people and elders present, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. However, as long as Lin Xian entered the academy, he would have plenty of chances. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side to the edge of the crowd, waiting for the end of the third round. 2 hours later, all the light spots in the Tower of Trials disappeared as everyone was transported out. At this point, the 3 rounds of tests had ended, and the entire entrance exam had come to an end. Those who passed the 3 rounds were in high spirits as they danced with joy because they could finally enter the Immortal Martial Academy. As for the stronger disciples who were ranked at the top, they started to calculate their rankings. What reward will you exchange for this time? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. Reward? What reward? What's there? Lin Xian didn't understand. You don't know. Murong Qingqing said, the top 10 will all have a reward, and the top 3 will have even more generous rewards. They will probably be rewarded with martial arts. Martial arts, what grade? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Yu Fei had the ability to gather information, but compared to Murong Qingqing, he was still lacking. It seemed like he still had a long way to go before he could establish his own power. Half-Earth ranked martial arts, but it was passed down from ancient times. Its power isn't any weaker than the current Earth-ranked martial arts. Half-Earth tier martial art. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect to receive such a big gift right after entering the academy. Now, I'll announce the rankings of this assessment. Hearing the red-robed old man's words, the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but become excited. The martial artists who had passed the test also pricked up their ears. In fact, they had already estimated the rankings in private. After all, the rankings of the 3 stages were there. No matter how they ranked, the top 3 would still be the same people. The ranking this time is a bit special. There are 2 people in first place. 2 people. Hearing this, everyone trembled and listened carefully. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were first in the first 2 stages, and they both lasted until the end of the 3rd stage. Therefore, their rankings are the same. They are both first. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. Even though they had made some calculations in private before, they were still incomparably shocked and the academy elder announced it. This was a bit different from their predictions. They thought that Lin Xian would be able to obtain 2nd or 3rd place, but they didn't expect him to be first. They knew of Murong Qingqing's strength and excellence, but this was the first time Lin Xian appeared in front of them. The other party was a fake honorable martial artist. To be able to obtain first place this time was out of everyone's expectations. Humph. Shen Yaotian snorted coldly. His handsome face couldn't be any darker. The 3rd place is Xiao Li. The red-robed old man announced again. Since it was a double first place, there was no 2nd place. The 3rd place was obtained by Xiao Li, which was well-deserved. LoveLore Library. After the announcement of the top 3, many people sighed. Because the rewards for the top 3 were very generous. Not only were there spirit pills, but there were also some half-Earth tier martial arts. That was the most tempting thing. Shen Yao Tian didn't obtain the top 3 and was so angry that his body trembled. Firstly, it was because of the pain of losing the half-earth tier martial arts. Furthermore, he felt that he had lost face. One had to know that he came from a king clan and had always pursued Murong Qingqing. He thought that he was the only one who was worthy of her. But now, Lin Xian had surpassed him. Moreover, Murong Qingqing's attitude towards Lin Xian was somewhat ambiguous. This undoubtedly provoked him deeply. "Brat, wait until the freshman assembly, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Shen Yao Tian gritted his teeth. Next, the red-robed old man announced the rankings of the next few people. Among them, Shen Yao Tian was ranked 4th, and the 5th was the youth called Lan Bai who used poison. After the announcement of the rankings, the red-robed old man said again, "I'll give you 1 day to deal with various matters. Gather here tomorrow morning." Yes. Everyone was excited and left. Older brother Xian, congratulations. Yu Fei ran over excitedly. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he didn't expect him to obtain first place. "Let's go, we'll talk when we get back." Lin Xian greeted Murong Qingqing and Shaoli before leaving with Yu Fei. Instead of returning to the storm courtyard, Lin Xian and Yu Fei went to their new residence in Sky Pool City. It was a small courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it was convenient and quiet. Moreover, buying a courtyard in a place like Sky Pool City was not cheap. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian had the dark red dragon set up a defensive array to ensure Yu Fei's safety. The dark red dragon was an expert in setting up the array, so he quickly finished setting it up. Those below the Venerable Realm would not be able to break it. Even a first-level Venerable would need to expend some effort to break it. For Yu Fei, it was enough. Following that, Lin Xian took out some medicinal pills and spirit wine that he had refined, as well as some spirit rank cultivation techniques and artifacts, and threw them to Yu Fei. "Right now, you should focus on your cultivation and increase your strength," Lin Xian said. "Thank you, brother Xian." Yu Fei looked at the things on the ground and was extremely excited. "Brother Xian, what else do you need me to do?" "4 missions. First, find out why the War God Palace is sealed. Second, find out the terrain and forces of Sky Pool City. Third, organize the information about the Azure Red Society. Their headquarters and branches need to be as detailed as possible. Fourth, find out if there are any weapon refining grandmasters in the lower blood realm. If there are, remember the information." These 4 missions were related to his future plans, so Lin Xian handed them to Yu Fei. "Don't worry, brother Xian." Yu Fei patted his chest and promised. Lin Xian nodded. "I just entered the academy, so I might not come out for a while. So during this period of time, you can only rely on yourself. If there's any trouble, infuse your spirit energy into this jade pendant and I'll know." Lin Xian handed over another jade pendant. This jade pendant was also made by the dark red dragon. There was an information transmission array inside. Once spirit energy was infused, the other party would know. Yu Fei took it and carefully put it away. Following that, the dark red dragon created an array disk that allowed Yu Fei to control the array. "Oh right, brother Xian, since you want to develop your power, what do you want to name it?" "Name?" Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "Let's call it Dragon Sword Pavilion." He rose up with the great dragon sword spirit, so he took this name. Dragon Sword Pavilion, a good name. Yu Fei clapped his hands. "I believe that this name will definitely spread throughout the entire blood realm." The next day, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the plaza of Sky Pool City. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people in the plaza. There were more than 1,000 people who participated in the exam yesterday, but only 138 people succeeded in the end. The elimination rate was extremely terrifying. He did not expect that he could exchange for them here. As expected of the immortal martial academy, it was indeed domineering. How strong are those fellows on the mystic venerable ranking? Lin Xian asked again. It is very difficult for ordinary first heaven venerables to get on the ranking, unless they are at the peak of the first heaven. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. It is said that the top 10 are all at the peak of the second heaven of the venerable realm. Even the number 1 is at the third heaven of the venerable realm. Third heaven. Lin Xian was astonished. There are actually students who have reached the third heaven. How powerful! It was very difficult to advance in the venerable realm. For example, in the Sand region, an elder of a family was at the first heaven of the venerable realm. It was estimated that a second heaven of the venerable realm could suppress a region. However, there was actually a third heaven of the venerable realm here. Moreover, he was a student. This meant that he was not too old and could be very young. Number 1. Lin Xian looked at the mystic venerable ranking. He saw that the number 1 name on the black stone tablet was shining with a golden light. Dugu Out Yin. At that moment, the others also saw this name and their bodies trembled. It was as if there was a heavy force pressing down on their heads, preventing them from turning over. It seems that I have to enter the venerable realm as soon as possible. Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. The crowd left and followed the red-robed elder. However, they all had a common goal in their hearts, which was the mystic venerable ranking. Under the red-robed elder's lead, they arrived in front of a majestic palace. The palace was grand and majestic, like a giant city. Countless obscure lights flickered around it, and the power it unintentionally emitted caused Lin Xian and the rest to tremble. What a terrifying formation! Lin Xian exclaimed. His soul power was outstanding, so he could feel the terror within. This palace was probably very important. Otherwise, it would be impossible to set up such a powerful formation. Lin Xian guessed. The Four Spirits Demon Extermination Formation. I didn't expect it to be such a formation. The dark red dragon exclaimed. You know it? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Of course. This formation is extremely terrifying. Even a king would not dare to barge in. The dark red dragon said. It can trap a king. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the formation was powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. The red-robed elder brought Lin Xian and the others to the front of the palace. There were already many people gathered there. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were 3 teams led by 3 elders. Are these the other new students? Lin Xian guessed. Indeed, he guessed correctly. The new students who had arrived first turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others with sharp gazes. It seemed that after learning about the mystic venerable ranking, these fellows' inner competitiveness and arrogance had been stimulated. Most of them looked at Murong Qingqing. They did not hide the passion in their eyes. However, when they saw Lin Xian beside her, they frowned. A few of them even snorted coldly with a hint of warning in their eyes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Can you pretend that you don't know me? Why? Murong Qingqing tilted her head and acted like a little girl. Are you afraid of them? This woman. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. Was she trying to provoke those people? Indeed, when they saw Murong Qingqing acting so intimately with Lin Xian, the eyes of the young men opposite them were spitting fire. The female students were so angry that they rolled their eyes. Their hearts were filled with jealousy. Among them, a young girl wearing fiery red leather armor stared at Murong Qingqing. Her eyes were filled with a fighting spirit that was not inferior to a man's. There was a layer of crimson glaze on her body. Chapter 719. With the Immortal Martial Spirit Tablet, he would be an official disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy from now on. Lin Xian noticed that the others were studying the spirit tablet in their hands, so he curiously poured his spirit energy into it. Immediately, the Immortal Martial Spirit Tablet bloomed with light, forming a small screen of light in the air. Above the light screen, there were all sorts of words and images. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. Surging Wave Sword Technique, Water Attribute Sword Technique, Sword Qi is like the waves of the sea, rolling back the 9 heavens. Top Spirit Rank Cultivation Technique, Exchange for Spirit Value Points, 5,000 Spirit Value Points. Roaring Flame Saber, High-Grade Spirit Rank Artifact, can increase fire attribute damage by 2 times, has a continuous burning effect, exchange for Spirit Value Points, 7,000 Spirit Value Points. Purple Spirit Sand, as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, can increase the effect of refining and increase the attack power of the artifact. Exchange for Spirit Value Points, 10,000 Spirit Value Points. It was densely packed with all sorts of martial arts, cultivation techniques, artifacts, and so on. Lin Xian took a deep breath. So this was the use of Spirit Value Points. It could be exchanged for all cultivation resources. He carefully looked at the light screen and found that there were many things on it, from low to high, all the way down. The things on the top were of a lower level. Lin Xian scrolled down and his pupils suddenly constricted. Earth Rank Martial Art, Heavenly Moon Evil Shadow Art, Earth Rank Cultivation Technique, Exchange for Spirit Value Points, 5 million. 5 million. Lin Xian was stunned. From the previous comparison, he knew how terrifying 5 million Spirit Value Points was. Probably not many people could exchange for it. However, putting an Earth Rank martial art here was a naked temptation. Because everyone knew how precious and terrifying an Earth Rank martial art was, those who had strength would go all out to gather spiritual value points. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists also noticed this situation and cried out in alarm. Although they did not have a single spirit value point, this did not stop their enthusiasm and fantasies. I wonder how many spirit value points a half-Earth rank martial art is. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that the reward for the top 3 was a half-Earth rank martial art. Following that, he quickly searched on the light screen. Found it, Demon Slayer Art, half-Earth rank martial art, exchange for spirit value points, 300,000. Although it was not as good as an Earth rank martial art, it was still a terrifying number. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, the 4 elders smiled. This was the effect they wanted. Alright, I don't think I need to explain the use of spiritual value points. All of you should know, right? The red-robed elder laughed. Elder, how do we obtain spiritual value points? Everyone asked anxiously. There are many ways to obtain spiritual value points. For example, doing academy missions, killing demonic beasts, getting on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and so on. The Academy Handbook will be given to you when the time comes. It's very detailed. Now, I will give you the corresponding spiritual value points according to your rankings in the assessment. The assessment rankings also have spiritual value points. Everyone was excited. Of course, it's not just the ranking in the assessment. In the future, there will be a ranking in every competition. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the higher the spiritual value. There are even special rewards for the top 3. For example, this time, the top 3 in the assessment will receive a half-Earth tier martial art for free. Half-Earth tier martial art. Everyone's eyes turned red as their breathing quickened. 8-Clawed Tyrant Dragon Blood Essence, Heavenly Ranking Divine Beast Blood Essence. It has the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and contains powerful energy. When used by martial artists, it can change one's physique, at least King Realm. If the amount of blood essence is sufficient, there is a certain chance of forming a half-dragon body. Hiss! After Lin Xian saw it, he sucked in a breath of cold air, as expected of a divine beast blood essence, so powerful. A half-dragon body, Lin Xian guessed that it wouldn't lose to a king realm physique. Kid, get it, you must get it. The dark red dragon shouted, with it, I can recover my dragon essence in advance. It was too excited. This 8-clawed tyrant dragon was also a dragon like itself. The blood essence would be extremely useful to it. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. After he looked at the price, the corner of his mouth twitched. Spiritual value points, 8 million. Kid, if you can get it, I will do anything. The dark red dragon was anxious. You will do anything. Lin Xian became spirited. This ruffian dragon was extremely cunning. Normally, when it did things, it would be careless and not use its full strength. Now that it was willing to use its full strength, it was definitely a good thing. It seemed like this ruffian dragon was really anxious. Don't worry, I will definitely get it for you. Lin Xian said, however, 8 million spiritual value points is a sky-high price. It will probably take a long time. Okay, during this time, I will do my best to help you. After the two finished their discussion, the voice of the red-robed old man sounded again. You kids, quickly choose a half-earth rank martial art. Chapter 720. Lin Xian began to choose a martial arts cultivation technique. He had an earth rank martial art for movement, so he did not need it for the time being. He also had the red lotus armor for defense, so he focused on attacking. For seasoned sword technique, this is it. Soon, Lin Xian chose his target. For seasoned sword technique was a half-earth rank martial art. It had 4 different attacking styles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was strange and varied, and its attacks were powerful. After Lin Xian, the others quickly made their choices as well. Murong Qingqing chose the Falling Flower Sword Palm, Dongfang Fenghuang chose the 10,000 Flame Seal, and Lin Xian did not look at the others carefully. After choosing, the red-robed elder gave everyone a jade slip with a half-earth rank martial art copied inside. Then, he gave out a scroll of academy rules, which recorded in detail how to obtain spiritual value points. The next step was to arrange the accommodation. The red-robed elder and the other 4 elders brought Lin Xian and the others out of the True Spirit Hall and arrived at the square outside the hall. Then, several figures flew over from the horizon. Whoosh! 6 figures landed. There were men and women, and they all looked middle-aged. As for their exact age, it was unknown. The 6 of them landed on the square and began to distribute the disciples. More than 400 disciples were evenly distributed to the 6 middle-aged mentors. Among them, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were placed together. This made countless male students jealous. The mentor in charge of Lin Xian and the others was a middle-aged man with a square face. He said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Immediately, dozens of figures stood up and followed behind the square-faced middle-aged man, flying into the depths of the academy. After passing through the halls, Lin Xian and the others stopped at a place with beautiful scenery. This is your accommodation area. My name is Guojing, you can call me Mentor Gua. The middle-aged man said. Lin Xian looked around. The surroundings were lush and there were mountains and rivers in the distance. In front of him was a courtyard. It was quiet and comfortable, very suitable for living. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes widened. He realized that the spiritual energy here was very dense, much stronger than outside. That's right, there's a spirit gathering array here. Seeing that Lin Xian had discovered something, the middle-aged instructor smiled and said, "Of course, this is only the most ordinary spirit gathering array. If you want a higher level spirit gathering array, you will need your spiritual value points. There's something even better. Lin Xian was surprised. This is already much better than the outside world. What's even better? Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. The others were equally excited. Cultivating in a place like this would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. However, Instructor Guo's next sentence extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have to pay to live in a house. Starting from here, the deeper you go, the denser the spiritual qi is. Of course, the more expensive it is. 500 spiritual value points for a month outside, 1,000 spiritual value points for a month in the middle, and 2,000 spiritual value points for a month inside. So expensive. Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people's faces darkened because they had just arrived at the academy. The spiritual value points in their hands were the rewards for ranking in the examination. Those students who were ranked at the bottom did not even have 500 spiritual value points in their hands. They probably could not even afford to live in the outermost courtyard. Seeing the embarrassed looks of the newcomers, Instructor Guo smiled. Since you guys have just arrived, you can owe the first month's rent and pay it next month. Alright, you can choose now. Everyone's expression was solemn as if they were facing a great enemy. The courtyard inside was good, but 2,000 spiritual value points for a month was really a sky-high price. Although they could pay it later, it did not mean that they could not pay it at all. Everyone thought about it and decided to live in the outermost courtyard first. They would wait until it was stable before considering the house inside. Where do you live? Murong Qingqing asked. Inside. Lin Xian replied. He had 3,000 spiritual value points in his hands, which was enough for the first month. Moreover, he believed that with his strength, he should be able to earn enough spiritual value points. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was indeed not bad. It could speed up his cultivation. Only when his cultivation reached the venerable realm would Lin Xian have confidence in his heart. After all, there were too many monsters in the Immortal Martial Academy. I'll go too. Seeing that Lin Xian had chosen the inside, Murong Qingqing followed. Sigh, I'm so envious to have a beauty accompanying me. Many people were jealous, but they knew that Lin Xian really had strength. They could not be envious. If they wanted to achieve what they wanted, they could only work hard to cultivate and increase their strength. Shaoli chose the courtyard in the middle. Shen Yao Tian stared at the backs of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, his eyes burning with anger. However, when he saw the spiritual value points in his hand, his face immediately darkened. In the end, he could only choose the courtyard in the middle. Walking on the small path paved with gravel, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual qi was getting denser and denser, and his mood was great. The 2,000 spiritual value points were worth it. How good would it be if I could master this kind of spirit-gathering array? Lin Xian envied. When the time comes, when I establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion, I will get 100 spirit-gathering arrays. Bah! The dark red divine dragon looked down on him and said, "What do you think this is? Cabbage? This kind of exquisite spirit array is not something that an ordinary person can set up. Don't I have you?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you known as a formation master? This spirit-gathering array shouldn't be difficult for you, right? If it was at its peak, it would be a piece of cake. But now, it's really difficult." The dark red divine dragon drooped his head. "It's fine, there's no rush. You should first understand the spirit-gathering array here. I'll think of a way to increase your strength." Lin Xian frowned. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing that Lin Xian did not speak, but his expression kept changing, Murong Qingqing asked curiously. "Ah. No. I'm just amazed by this powerful and magical spirit-gathering array. You mean this? As far as I know, this is only an ordinary spirit-gathering array. Chapter 721. The contents of the bed surprised Murong Qingqing. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so ambitious. Number 1 on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. All right, I'll bet with you. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, "You're very confident, but this time, I'll definitely win." Not necessarily. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. After that, the two of them separated and entered their respective courtyards. Although it was said that they were going to their own courtyards, in reality, the two of them were next to each other. This made Lin Xian feel helpless, and he could only accept it in the end. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian casually set up a defensive formation. Although this was an academy, his years of battle experience reminded him that it was better to be careful. At least he would be able to obtain more time. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the scroll of the academy's rules. According to the red-robed elder, it recorded the method to obtain spiritual value points. In this place where even living in a house required spiritual value points, one had to master the method to earn spiritual value points. Otherwise, one would probably live a miserable life. After that, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the situation. There were many ways to obtain spiritual value points. Among them, there were two most common methods. One was to complete the missions issued by the academy. If one's cultivation increased, one would automatically obtain spiritual value points. Other than that, there were many other methods. Lin Xian looked at it. There were all kinds of methods. One of them was to donate cultivation techniques and treasures. In other words, the students would hand over their cultivation techniques to the academy, and the academy would give out the corresponding spiritual value points according to the level of the cultivation technique. This method was feasible, but no one would donate their core cultivation technique. However, the cultivation techniques obtained outside could be handed over. Hand over cultivation techniques. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had quite a few in his hands. Among them, there were a few half-earth rank martial arts that he had obtained from killing the Venerable of the Divine Bird Palace. Should I hand them over? Lin Xian frowned. The Immortal Martial Academy was famous in the Tianwu continent. There should be people from the Divine Bird Palace in the academy. If he was discovered, it would not be good. Moreover, he did not know the relationship between the Immortal Martial Academy and the major powers, so it was better to be careful. Forget it, let's look at other methods. Lin Xian shook his head. He was not worried about finding a way to solve this problem, because 3 months later, there would be a large-scale auction in Wind-Seeking City. In that kind of place, no one cared about the origin of the cultivation method. I'll cultivate first, then I'll go and accept missions. Lin Xian made his decision. Then, he put away the academy's rules and took out the 4-season sword technique. This was a set of half-earth tier martial arts. It was divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each season had a different style. According to what was mentioned above, if he could pair it with 4 different types of concepts, he would be able to display the might of the 4-season sword technique to the maximum. At that time, when the 4 types of concepts were combined, the might of the 4-season sword technique would not be inferior to a true earth-rank martial technique. 4 concepts. This required a very high level of comprehension. It could be said that the 4-season sword technique was extremely difficult. The reason why Lin Xian had chosen this sword technique was because of this unique characteristic. He had grasped many kinds of concepts, so it was likely that he would be able to grasp the 4-season sword technique. The spring sword was a continuous and meticulous sword technique, endlessly growing and multiplying, bringing with it powerful vitality. The sword of summer was scorching hot and exuberant, carrying with it a powerful force. The sword of autumn was cold and austere, carrying with it a sense of nirvana. The sword of winter was cold and bone-piercing, carrying with it a sense of destruction amidst the violence. These 4 sword techniques each contained their own sword techniques and sword moves. It could be said that the 4 seasons sword technique was extremely vast. Lin Xian currently grasped the 3 natural concepts of wind, thunder, and fire. His strongest was the sword intent, which had already formed the sword soul. It could be said that it was the foundation of the sword technique. Other than that, there was also the sword of nirvana and the sword of slaughter. These 2 killer moves could evolve the concept of nirvana and slaughter, which were perfect for the autumn sword and winter sword. As for the spring sword, it was similar to his longevity secret, endlessly growing and multiplying. Other than that, the concept of wind could be used in any sword technique. For example, the spring wind, the summer wind, the cold wind, and the winter wind. If used properly, it could be said to have endless wonderful uses. It seemed that he really needed to study it carefully. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He decided to start with the concept of wind. He was completely immersed in the 4 seasons sword technique and completely forgot about the time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the defensive formation in the courtyard fluctuated, waking Lin Xian up. "Brat, your lover is here to look for you." The dark red divine dragon had a wretched look on his face. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, kept the 4 seasons sword technique, and walked outside. As expected, Murong Qingqing was standing outside the courtyard. "You finally came out. I've never seen someone cultivate like this." Murong Qingqing grumbled. "You're really crazy." Lin Xian scratched his head. The main thing was that the 4 seasons sword technique was too powerful, causing him to be a little obsessed. "Why are you looking for me?" "The mission is here." "I came to inform you," Murong Qingqing said. After hearing that, Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. There were 2 types of missions in the Immortal Martial Academy. The first type was the compulsory missions, which meant that they had to be done. The difficulty of these missions wasn't too high, and they were only given once a month. The other type was the autonomous missions, which were given out by the Immortal Martial Academy and the students could choose for themselves. The difficulty of these missions was different, and of course, the spiritual value points were also different. And today was the day that the missions were given out. "Let's go to the mission hall." The 2 of them walked side by side towards the mission hall. At this moment, many students had already gathered in front of the mission hall. Most of them were new students. Because the older students had already grasped the mission method, they normally wouldn't appear together with the new students. The appearance of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing caused quite a stir. "My goddess is finally here." Many people's eyes lit up. That brat. Fuck. Since when did they get together? Many people saw Lin Xian beside Murong Qingqing, and instantly, they revealed murderous gazes. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. "I guess I'm going to become the public enemy of the boys soon." "Humph, you should be content. Others can't even get this treatment even if they want it." Murong Qingqing was in a good mood. Shen Yao Tian looked at this scene, and his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he didn't have enough strength now, so he could only endure it. However, there were some who couldn't endure it. Especially Yan Qingyang, whose gaze could kill. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing came to the crowd. They first received the compulsory missions of the academy, then looked at the crystal stone tablet in front of them. The stone tablet was 100 feet tall, and it emitted a bright light. Missions were written on it. "Which one are you going to do?" Murong Qingqing asked. My basic mission is to collect 5 inner cores of the blood flame rats, so I will take on missions near the forest. Lin Xian thought. The blood flame rats were 9th-ranked demonic beasts, and they usually lived in the dark areas of the forest. Therefore, Lin Xian was looking for missions near the forest. At this moment, Yan Qingyang walked over. He looked at Murong Qingqing, and his eyes shone with confidence. Coupled with his handsome face, he was indeed able to charm people. I'm worried that those people will find trouble with you, Murong Qingqing said seriously. You mean those flies? Don't underestimate them. They're from the Dao Ling Association. What's the Dao Ling Association? Lin Xian asked. There are many disciples in the college. Naturally, many societies have formed. The Dao Ling Association is one of the stronger ones. Moreover, Yan Qingyang can't be underestimated either. He's on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Dao Ling Association, Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. I got it. Lin Xian was on his guard. I'm guessing that Yan Qingyang won't make a move easily. After all, his status is different. However, I can't be sure about the others, Murong Qingqing said. I got it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned to fly out of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. Murong Qingqing's mission was different from his, so the two of them had to carry it out separately. This time, Lin Xian took another path. After exiting the Celestial Martial Arts Academy, he arrived at a vast forest not long after. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and he couldn't see the end of it. Lin Xian used his movement technique and entered the vast forest. With a flash, a map appeared in his hand. The Academy's mission had a notification. Therefore, as long as one's strength wasn't too bad, they could usually complete it. Lin Xian looked at the mission information. The forest he was in belonged to the Black Deity Mountain Range. It was a primitive forest. The target of his mission, the blood flame rat, was a type of 9th-ranked demonic beast. It was equivalent to a human martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, as demonic beasts, they had an innate advantage. Therefore, their strength was slightly stronger. It was equivalent to a half-step honorable realm martial artist. This type of demonic beast was bloodthirsty, dark, and liked to live in groups. Therefore, it was troublesome to deal with them. Let's take a look first. Lin Xian kept the mission information and increased his speed. He stood on top of a tree and jumped continuously. Every jump was 100 feet. At the same time, he used his soul power to search. At the same time, far behind him, there was a wave of black smoke that was following him cautiously. It was silent and couldn't be detected. An hour later, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. His body sank down like a giant mountain. He finally found the blood flame rat. Whoosh! Like a feather, Lin Xian landed lightly. There was a group of blood flame rats in front of him. There were about 50 of them. Lin Xian used his soul power to gather information. There are other people. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that there were other martial artists in other directions. However, they didn't seem to be from the Immortal Martial Academy. They should be people from other forces. Lin Xian didn't move. He just observed silently. In the distance, 3 figures were pacing back and forth. 2 of them were middle-aged martial artists. One was an honorable realm martial artist, while the other was a half-step honorable realm martial artist. There was also a young man with a nervous expression. Uncle Wang, is it really okay? The young man asked uneasily. Don't worry, young master. As long as we lure out one blood flame rat at a time, there won't be any danger. Yes, this time we must get the heart of the blood flame rat. The young man clenched his fist. The middle-aged man in black laughed. At the same time, he quickly lit up a snake-shaped incense stick. A strange fragrance drifted with the wind. However, the middle-aged man quickly extinguished the snake-shaped incense stick and waited carefully. Soon, there was a commotion in the distance. Then, the ground started to tremble. Accompanying it was a red blood mist and a dense baleful aura. Be careful, the blood flame rat is here. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Chapter 723. In the distance, a figure the size of a small mountain appeared in the forest. It was a blood flame rat with scales all over its body. It was as big as a mountain and was surrounded by a bloody aura. It was extremely terrifying. When it saw the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other two, it did not rush over. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a green ball of light. Oh no! The black-clothed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This situation was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the blood flame rat would rush over, but he did not expect this situation. In a moment of desperation, he only had to attack. Whoosh! A purple saber light cut through the void like a purple wave and slashed toward the blood flame rat. Puff! The purple saber light was resplendent and slashed the green ball of light in the air, instantly shattering it. However, the green ball of light contained a large amount of green liquid that was highly toxic and corrosive. It instantly wrapped around the purple saber light, making sizzling sounds. More green liquid fell to the ground, corroding the trees and soil, creating large depressions. The black-clothed middle-aged man was a supremacy after all. He roared angrily, and the saber light was as bright as snow. It was like a ferocious purple python. Bang! The saber slashed at the blood flame rat and tore its scaly body apart. Roar! The blood flame rat let out a sharp cry in pain. The sound wave was like a tsunami that spread in all directions. Oh no! The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This roar definitely alarmed the entire blood flame rat group. Damn it, run! At this moment, he no longer cared about hunting and turned around to fly back. However, the ground around him trembled and countless mountain-like figures appeared, surrounding this place. At the same time, the ground under the young man's feet cracked and a shocking murderous aura soared into the sky. No! The black-clothed middle-aged man roared crazily. He wanted to help, but it was too late. At this moment, an azure arrow pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning and shot towards the blood flame rat on the ground. Puff! Roar! Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable roar. The ground cracked and a huge body was pierced through by the green arrow. The terrifying power brought the blood flame rat hundreds of meters away. What a terrifying archery technique! The young man and the others were stunned. The black-clothed middle-aged man's heart trembled. As a supremacy, he could understand how terrifying that arrow was. Roar! Seeing their companions killed, countless blood flame rats were enraged. Their murderous aura soared into the sky, dyeing the entire forest red. They all stared behind them. Even the black-clothed hillman was staring intently. Behind him, the void rippled, and a handsome young man in a blue robe stepped through the air. He held a golden bow in his hand. Thank you for your help, young hero. The three of them were shocked to see how young the newcomer was. Nothing much, just carrying out a mission. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. Through his soul power, he had long since discovered the blood flame rat underground. At the critical moment, he had launched an attack and saved the young man's life. Mission. The black-robed middle-aged man asked carefully. Could it be that young hero is a disciple of the immortal martial academy? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he once again drew his thunder bow. Green arrows flew out one after another at extreme speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the 3 blood flame rats were pierced through, and their huge bodies were nailed to the ground. Hiss! The middle-aged man in black sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength! The young man's eyes were filled with envy. He clenched his fists excitedly. The surrounding blood flame rats were enraged. They all rushed towards Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear him in half. Not good, young hero, be careful. The black-robed middle-aged man reminded. The attack of so many blood flame rats wasn't a joke. No matter how strong one was, it would be difficult to defend against them. Unless he was a second-level venerable. Looking at the blood flame rats coming from all directions, Lin Xian stood calmly. Then, a shocking roar came from his body, piercing through the clouds. That roar was very deep, like the roar of a dragon. Buzz! As soon as the roar came out, the blood flame rats trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear, and many of them were trembling. That was fear that came from their souls. In the next moment, those overbearing demonic beasts with monstrous baleful auras all fled. They transformed into numerous rays of bloody light that charged out of the forest and mountains, and they fled without a trace. Buzz! Lin Xian took the opportunity to kill another 2 blood flame rats. Humph, it's just a group of demonic beasts. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of me? If I don't show my power, do they really think I'm a sick snake? The dark red dragon snorted. It turned out that the dragon roar just now was from him. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, he naturally had the ability to suppress demonic beasts, especially those blood flame rats. Below, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other 2 were completely stunned. This method was simply a miracle. I only want the demonic crystals of the blood flame rats, Lin Xian said to the 3 people below. Ah. Okay. Hero, please wait a moment. The 3 people came back to their senses and began to deal with the corpses of the blood flame rats. Soon, 5 fist-sized demonic crystals appeared in front of Lin Xian. It's very dangerous here. Be careful. Lin Xian put away the demonic crystals and reminded them. Then, he turned into a streak of sword light and disappeared. Hero, may I know your name? The black-robed martial artist shouted. Lin Xian. Hero Lin, our Wang clan will forever remember this kindness. Uncle Wang, this is great. We have the hearts of the blood flame rats. The young man was also happy. The martial artists of the Immortal Martial Academy are so strong. How good would it be if I could enter? Hero is probably someone on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Ordinary disciples of the Academy are not as strong as him. The black-robed middle-aged man muttered, let's go quickly. The clan is still waiting for us. Then, the 3 of them left quickly. After they left, a wisp of green smoke appeared and gradually turned into a human figure. Bow and arrow with the power of wind and thunder. Interesting. The human figure sneered and then floated into the distance. That direction was the direction Lin Xian had left in. Lin Xian left the nest of the blood flame rats and began his next mission. It was also a killing mission. However, the target this time was not a demonic beast but a demon general. Above demonic beasts were demon generals. 1 to 9 stars corresponded to the 9 levels of the Honorable Realm. Lin Xian's target this time was a 1-star demon general, the golden-eyed demonic bat. To be exact, it was the wings of the golden-eyed demonic bat. West. Lin Xian followed the instructions on the mission information and moved. Gradually, a mountain range appeared in front of him. When he first arrived, it was sparse. Later on, it connected together. Furthermore, plumes of black smoke were rising from the mountains. Lin Xian knew that it was formed by demonic qi. Whoosh! As he approached the mountain range, he did not fly in the air but chose to walk. When he got closer, Lin Xian realized that there were caves under the mountain range. They were dark and strange. Kacha! The withered branches on the ground made a sound as if it was a demonic sound and alerted the existence inside. Suddenly, there were waves of fluctuations in the cave. The surrounding air trembled violently as if something was about to come out. Chapter 724. The air vibrated as countless black shadows pounced towards Lin Xian. Bats, countless bats, like a black flood, covered the sky and covered the earth. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes flickered, incomparably demonic. Roar! Another deep dragon roar, forming a visible sound wave that swept out in all directions. Immediately, the bats that were pouncing over trembled and fell to the ground. Soon, the bats that rushed out of the cave all landed on the ground. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from the depths of the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks and cracking them. Obviously, the dragon roar just now had stimulated the Bat King inside. Whoosh! A gray shadow floated by, and a sharp sound broke through the air. A pair of sharp claws grabbed towards Lin Xian from above. So fast! Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and his body turned into countless phantoms, dodging quickly. Then, he looked ahead vigilantly. There was a 2-foot-tall monster with a human body and a bat head. Its 4 limbs had sharp claws, and a pair of gray wings that were 3 feet long with golden lines on its back. Its eyes were golden, and at this moment, they were emitting a fierce light. Golden-eyed demon bat, right? Lin Xian carefully compared and found that the monster in front of him was the one he was looking for. As if it felt Lin Xian's burning gaze, the golden-eyed demon bat roared, and the sound wave was like a sharp blade, cutting through the void. Buzz buzz buzz. The air trembled as if it was boiling. Countless cracks about 10 feet long appeared on the surrounding rocks and ground, and the incisions were flat. It was very terrifying. Sound wave technique. The golden-eyed demon bat's signature attack. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The roar was terrifying, and the mountains really trembled. Countless peaks cracked open. The terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lin Xian. Mad lion roar. Lin Xian opened his mouth and roared out the same sound wave technique. As if an ancient demonic lion was born, the terrifying sound shook the air as if a tsunami had occurred. Puff! 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 Boulders were shattered into pieces, and trees were turned into powder. The ground seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and a terrifying crack appeared and spread into the distance. The 2 sound waves collided, producing a demonic sound. Countless translucent wavy blades surged and rushed into the sky. Terrifying energy surged out, causing the area within a radius of 1,000 meters to be greatly impacted. Seeing that his sonic attack was blocked, the golden-eyed demonic bat became extremely anxious. His gray wings flapped, and he turned into a gray light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. He waved his claws, tearing the void apart. The murderous aura soared into the sky, forming a demonic cloud that covered all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed demonic bat arrived in front of Lin Xian, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light as it swiped at Lin Xian. Clang! Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slashed at the sharp claws. The sound of metal clashing rang out as countless sparks flashed, forming electric arcs that filled the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden-eyed demonic bat launched an attack and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xian. The two of them were very fast, as if two balls of light were fighting fiercely. Sword of Spring, continuous spring rain. With a swing of the sword, countless strands of sword chi formed into threads that connected together like raindrops falling down. These days, Lin Xian had been studying the four-season sword technique and had made some progress, so it was the perfect time to use it. The sword chi was continuous and full of vitality. Each sword was stronger than the previous, as if it was endless. The golden-eyed demonic bat was enraged. It spread its wings and flew away, but no matter where it escaped, it was surrounded by sword chi. Clang clang. Puff puff puff. In an instant, its body was hit more than 100 times. Fortunately, it was a demonic general and had a strong defense. Otherwise, if it was a normal demonic beast, it would have been cut into countless pieces. But even so, it was still injured. There were countless sword wounds on its body, and streams of green blood flowed out, emitting a fishy smell. Roar! The golden-eyed demonic bat was enraged. It had never been injured like this by a human before. With a furious roar, it rushed over again with endless demonic chi. A human and a demonic beast started fighting again. At this time, a wisp of green smoke silently arrived nearby and stopped in a hidden place. Lin Xian and the golden-eyed demonic bat did not notice it. The two of them fought again and again, and the terrifying energy destroyed everything around them. Spring sword, spring breeze. Gusts of wind formed on the sword blade and whistled out with the sword blade. Countless sword chi surged, turning into a gust of wind that was all-pervasive. On the opposite side, the golden-eyed demonic bat felt the danger and screamed crazily. Demonic chi surged out of its body, forming the shadow of a ferocious bat king. It was about 30 meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. An intense collision occurred, and the two forces of energy entangled together. Silently, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. Autumn sword, solitary sword. This sword was very slow, as if it was stabbing out slowly, but wherever it passed, grass and trees would fall and everything would wither. The ferocious Bat King's shadow suddenly became dim, as if it would shatter at any time. Feeling that its vitality was being taken away, the golden-eyed demonic bat became frightened and uneasy. Above its eyes, golden light bloomed, forming two spiral-like golden ripples. When the ripples appeared, it made people feel as if their souls were trembling. Kid, this should be its bloodline demonic technique. The dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian was alarmed. This force was enough to threaten him. Winter sword, winter slaughter. Terrifying killing intent spread out, and then the power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. This sword was extremely powerful. A sword light slashed out, and the space was split open. It was vast and mighty like a river of death, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! The sword chi surged and collided with the golden spiral, shattering it on the spot. Then, it quickly slashed towards the golden-eyed demonic bat. At the same time, the green smoke in the dark corner floated and quickly floated towards Lin Xian. Crack! The golden-eyed demonic bat resisted with all its might, but it was still split in half. Green blood splattered on the ground. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He felt a fatal killing intent. Buzz! In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his body. Ding! A crisp voice rang out behind him, accompanied by a terrifying power. Fortunately, the red lotus armor was extremely tough and blocked the fatal attack. However, the force sent Lin Xian flying. The huge force hit Lin Xian and sent him flying in the air like a meteor. Using the illusory demonic steps, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally in the air, dissipating the terrifying force. He blocked it. How is that possible? A surprised voice sounded. Lin Xian suppressed the blood and qi in his body and turned around. His eyes were like sword radiance, sweeping in all directions. It's you. Seeing the martial artist behind him, Lin Xian's face darkened. That person was none other than the young man beside Yan Qingyang. Defensive armor. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. It can actually block my attack. Chu Tianhao was shocked. He looked at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian with greed in his eyes. Kid, it's a waste for you to have such a treasure. Why don't you hand it over to me? Maybe I can spare your life. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, and his expression turned cold. I've said it before. I hate flies. Whoosh. In an instant, Chu Tianhao had already arrived behind Lin Xian. He bent his arm and formed a long whip of white smoke, forming a spiderweb-like smoke net that quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. The red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body flickered, forming a solid defense. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Puff! Chu Tianhao's chest was pierced, and a transparent sword hole appeared, but there was no blood. Ha 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 ha. When the sword radiance disappeared, the smoke drifted and repaired the body that was hit. Chu Tianhao was unharmed, but Lin Xian was shrouded in the white smoke net. Unharmed. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that normal attacks had no effect. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't hurt me. Chu Tianhao said disdainfully. Kid, watch how I deal with you. He was like a demon, slowly walking towards Lin Xian. Can't hurt you. Lin Xian laughed. You're too confident. Watch how I break your net. Break it. You think you can break my attack? Chu Tianhao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. His face turned red, as if someone was strangling him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, a sword radiance flashed and cut the white smoke net that he had formed. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that the smoke did not merge back together like before. There was a sharp and terrifying aura at the opening that stopped everything. How is this possible? Chu Tianhao was shocked and disbelief was written all over his face. Although he was a first-rank honorable, he had few opponents in the same rank as him because of his smoke martial soul. That kind of formless attack was impossible for his opponents to break. Even if it was broken, he could quickly merge it back together. However, this time, things were out of his control. The smoke that was cut apart by Lin Xian could not merge back together. Damn it, what did he do? What kind of power is that? Chu Tianhao's face turned ugly. If he was surprised, then in the next moment, he was horrified. This was because he saw Lin Xian use the lonely sword to pierce the sky and disperse the smoke above. The smoke dimmed and then disappeared in the air. What? This is impossible. Chu Tianhao panicked. He tried his best to sense and found that the smoke had really disappeared. Impossible, how can this be? He was horrified. He looked at Lin Xian and trembled slightly. Is that his martial soul? Chu Tianhao panicked. In fact, he guessed right. That was the power of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It was invincible and could cut through the void, let alone the smoke. Therefore, when Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul, he easily cut the smoke apart. Then, he used the lonely sword to make the smoke disappear. It could be said that Lin Xian had become Chu Tianhao's nemesis. Lin Xian severed the white fog net around him with his sword. Then, he walked over slowly with the wind shadow sword in his hand. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Chu Tianhao was horrified. His martial soul was restrained and he did not have the courage to fight. Brat, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time, but don't let me see you again. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. He used his body movement skill and created countless shadows. They filled the surroundings and blocked Chu Tianhao's way. Chapter 726. Why don't I teach you how to behave? The same words were returned to him by Lin Xian. If it was someone else, Chu Tianhao would have slapped him. How dare someone teach him how to behave? But now, he didn't dare to do anything. Lin Xian's martial soul was too powerful. It completely countered his martial soul. Now, he was filled with regret. Why did he force himself to be brave and accept this mission? Why didn't he investigate Lin Xian's background before coming here? If he knew that Lin Xian was so strong, he wouldn't have come. But it was too late to say anything now. What are you doing? Chu Tianhao was terrified. I'm warning you, I'm from the Tao Spirit Association. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. He had no choice but to use the Tao Spirit Association to intimidate Lin Xian, hoping to scare him. But Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his smile became wider. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I know the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian smiled. I just want to teach you how to behave. Looking at that sinister smile, Chu Tianhao was about to cry. Indeed, the Immortal Martial Academy prohibited killing, but there was a kind of pain worse than death. Chu Tianhao knew that Lin Xian wouldn't let him go easily. As expected, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the dark red dragon and the white monkey. Come, I'll teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon was excited. I'm the best at teaching people. Let me do it. The white monkey was equally excited and danced with joy. Snake demon. Chu Tianhao screamed. Damn it, how can you say that? I'll teach you a lesson. The dark red dragon was unhappy. Little guy, tie him up. Run. Chu Tianhao was going crazy. His body turned into white smoke and fled in all directions. This was his secret escape technique. As long as a wisp of white smoke escaped, he would be able to escape. However, he still underestimated the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. Looking at the scattered white smoke, the dark red divine dragon sneered. It waved its red dragon claws and quickly set up a formation that covered a radius of 100 meters. Then, a strange force formed in the formation, causing Chu Tianhao to reveal himself. Then, a bolt of thunder flashed, shining with dazzling light, and rushed towards Chu Tianhao. That scene resembled the roar of a thunder dragon. Wang! In an instant, the thunder and lightning transformed into a line of light, trapping Chu Tianhao. Wuji, the little white monkey, was excited. It used the thunder god whip in its hand to trap the other party. Puff! With a casual tug, Chu Tianhao was pulled down. Chu Tianhao was in a daze, unable to believe what he had just heard. This time, he didn't even use Lin Xian's hand. How could two demonic beasts finish him off? What happened to this world? He felt that he could not keep up with the pace of the world. Brat, this emperor's education is about to begin, oh. Then, a miserable cry rang out. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It sent chills down one's spine, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to flee. After a long time, the sound gradually disappeared. Demon, demon. Chu Tianhao's body curled up like a little wife who had been violated. It was very miserable. Lin Xian dealt with the golden-eyed demonic bat's corpse and came to Chu Tianhao's side. How was it? Problem: this brat will definitely be a good person in the future. The dark red dragon patted its chest and promised. Here, this is his immortal martial spirit tablet and storage ring. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction, then began to inspect the spirit tablet, 200 spiritual value points. So little. Lin Xian frowned. Hey, aren't you from the Tao Spirit Association? Why are you so poor? Hearing this, Chu Tianhao's mouth twitched. I've already used up all my spiritual value points. Who would still have any left? Forget it. Lin Xian was disappointed. Throw the spirit tablet over. This time, you're lucky. Lucky? Chu Tianhao cried. Not only did he receive a deep education, but his storage ring was also taken away. How could this be called lucky? He realized that compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. Lin Xian was the demon. I'll let you off this time. If you want to cause trouble again, remember to bring more spiritual value points. Lin Xian kept the storage ring and left with the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. In the forest, only Chu Tianhao's miserable howls could be heard. In the Immortal Martial Academy, a few youths were waiting at the pavilion near the entrance. These people were Yan Qingyang and the other members of the Tao Spirit Association. Looking at the time, Chu Tianhao should be done. Why isn't he back yet? I guess that brat is thinking of some new ways to torture him. The youths discussed. Yan Qingyang frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Brother Yang, don't worry. He's just a new student, and a fake honorable at that. What can he do? That's right, isn't it just? Another disciple said with a smile. However, he stopped halfway because he saw a person. That brat. How is that possible? They were shocked. Why was he fine? Damn it, did Chu Tianhao not do anything? Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safe and sound, Yan Qingyang's face turned gloomy. Tell Chu Tianhao to come back and see me. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared in a ray of light. Only the rest of the people were left looking at each other. After Lin Xian returned, he ran straight to the mission hall. The two missions this time were considered practice. He only wanted to understand the situation of the missions. After everything was clear, he would challenge the missions with high spiritual value points. Of the two missions, one was the basic mission of the academy, which only gave him a pitiful 100 spiritual value points. As for the other mission, Lin Xian got 1500 spiritual value points. 1-star Demon General, 1500 spiritual value points. It seemed that spiritual value points were not easy to earn. Lin Xian curled his lips, kept the spiritual value points, and returned to his courtyard. At the same time, in the residential area of the senior students, Yan Qingyang and the rest were gathered in a small mansion. Among them was Chu Tianhao. At this moment, Chu Tianhao's face was pale and he looked dispirited. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous education. Old Chu, what's wrong with you? Why did you let that brat return safely? Yeah, didn't you do anything? The surrounding warriors asked. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. What happened? You have to give me an explanation for this. Hearing the crowd's question, Chu Tianhao seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled. He said weakly, I did, but I failed. Failed? How is that possible? The crowd did not believe him. your mist martial spirit is so powerful, how could he resist it? It's useless. His martial spirit is even more strange. It's my nemesis. Chu Tianhao shook his head. He did not want to elaborate. After all, this was related to his history of humiliation. Brother Yang, that brat is very strange. His martial spirit is very sharp. I'm not his opponent. After saying that, Chu Tianhao left alone without waiting for their response. Strange. Sharp. The crowd was stunned. Looking at Chu Tianhao's appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Was the other party really that difficult to deal with? Chapter 727. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and organized Chu Tianhao's storage rings. He kept the useful ones and exchanged the useless ones for spiritual value points. Then, he began to cultivate again. This time, Lin Xian's focus was not only on the four-season sword technique, but also on the improvement of his cultivation. Although he had the strength of a first-level honorable, his cultivation was still at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The requirement to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was that one had to reach the honorable realm. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to raise his cultivation to the honorable realm. However, after cultivating for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Although his cultivation speed was already very fast, he was still not satisfied. I heard that there are other spirit gathering arrays in the academy. I wonder how effective those high-grade ones are. The place he lived in only had the most ordinary spirit gathering array. Although the effect was not bad, it was not possible to break through to the honorable realm in a short period of time. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at those so-called high-grade spirit gathering arrays. The spirit gathering array was very famous in the Immortal Martial Academy. Therefore, he could easily find out its location by asking around. Lin Xian carefully asked around and found out that with his current spiritual value points, he could only enter the intermediate spirit gathering array at most. After knowing the direction, Lin Xian walked towards the intermediate spirit gathering array. Soon, he arrived at the intermediate spirit gathering array area. The number of academies nearby began to increase, and the spiritual qi in the air was obviously denser. When he arrived, Lin Xian realized that it was different from what he had imagined. This spirit gathering array was different from the courtyard he lived in. It was a spirit gathering tower. However, the spirit gathering tower was not built on the ground, but underground. Deep pits that were like sinkholes appeared in front of him, filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Xian took a look. There were a total of 6 spirit gathering towers, forming a circle. Below the 6 spirit gathering towers was a super large intermediate spirit gathering array. From the conversations of the surrounding students, Lin Xian found out that the lower the spirit gathering tower was, the better the effect. It required more spiritual value points. The intermediate spirit gathering tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had 36 cultivation rooms, and the price of each floor was different. The first floor required 500 spiritual value points for 2 hours. The second floor required 1,000 spiritual value points. The third floor required 1,500 spiritual value points. All the way to the 9th level, cultivating for 2 hours would require 5,000 spiritual value points. That price could be said to be terrifying. The first floor was the cheapest, so most people rented it, but the effect was the worst. Although it was said to be the worst, it was many times better than the spirit gathering array in the courtyard. When Lin Xian arrived at the first floor, he discovered that the spiritual qi on the first floor was at least double that of his courtyard. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array, it was indeed powerful. If the first floor was already so powerful, he really didn't know what the 9th floor would be like. However, with his current wealth, he could not go to the 9th level. After calculating the spiritual value points in his hands, Lin Xian decided to go to the 2nd level. The passage was spiraling, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the spiritual tower. Lin Xian made his way through the numerous academies. However, the path to the 2nd level was blocked. A figure was sitting cross-legged there, blocking the passage. It was a young man dressed in black. He had short hair and an aquiline nose. His eyes were cold as he sat there with an evil grin on his face. In addition, there were a few students in front of him. Their bodies were injured and their faces were filled with anger. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Fighting in the Spirit Gathering Tower. Freshman. Someone beside him asked. I advise you not to go over, or else you'll end up like those people. Someone pointed at the injured students and said. Why? Lin Xian did not understand. The person beside him sighed and explained, entering the cultivation room requires spiritual value points, and the price is not cheap. However, some people don't have that many spiritual value points on them, or they don't want to spend the spiritual value points on them, so they can only use others. Use others. Lin Xian frowned. You mean snatch? Snatch? You're right, but they don't dare to say that. The short-haired young man in black sneered. You're quite bold to dare to say snatch in front of me. Do you want to use the 2nd floor? If you want to use it, then come over. If you don't dare, then scram and hide in the 1st floor forever. The short-haired young man snorted coldly, his words extremely arrogant. Doesn't the academy care about this kind of thing? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As long as no one dies, they usually don't care. That person sighed. The path of martial arts is filled with danger, and we're in the even more dangerous blood realm. If you can't even bear these things, then you'll only die outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Indeed, this was a world where the strong were respected. The academy only provided resources and life insurance, and everything else required one to fight for themselves. After talking so much nonsense, do you dare to pass or not? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my feelings. The short-haired young man shouted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Immediately, many of the surrounding students' expressions changed, and they kept retreating. Freshmen, they're from the greedy wolf gang. You'd better not provoke them. The person beside him kindly reminded him. Have they always been so arrogant? Lin Xian asked. The members of the greedy wolf gang are greedy, domineering, and very cruel. You can say that they're a gangster organization. However, they have always been domineering, but there are exceptions. Exceptions. This time, Lin Xian didn't ask, because he saw the exception that happened next. A figure entered from the entrance, passed through the crowd, and walked forward. The young man was wearing a white shirt, and although he didn't release any aura, he had a powerful aura, like a mountain that people looked up to. Seeing the young man in white, the short-haired young man sitting on the ground was stunned, then quickly stood up and moved to the side, making way for him. Thud, thud, thud. The young man in white looked indifferent. He didn't even look at the short-haired young man and directly went to the next floor. Throughout the whole process, the short-haired young man in black didn't say a word, and even looked a little nervous. Is this the exception? Lin Xian laughed. He finally knew what kind of people the greedy wolf gang was. What greedy wolf gang? It turns out that they're a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The surrounding crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Although they knew it was true, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, the greedy wolf gang was very cruel and terrifying. Whoosh! In the next moment, the surrounding students moved and distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Even the martial artist who warned them shook his head and left Lin Xian's side. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Xian sighed. The greedy wolf gang had done a lot of evil, otherwise, they wouldn't be so afraid. Chapter 728. Brat, kneel down and admit your mistake, and I might let you go. If you offend the greedy wolf society, you're dead meat. The short-haired youth's voice was filled with killing intent. Hearing this voice, the injured students at the side trembled. They were injured because they were unconvinced and attacked. You're just a first-level venerable. I really don't know what you're so arrogant about. Lin Xian shook his head and walked forward. You're courting death. The short-haired youth shouted angrily. No one dared to look down on him like this. A new student dared to provoke him. This was undoubtedly courting death. Although I can't kill you, I have a way to make you wish you were dead. The short-haired youth's expression was sinister as he revealed a cruel smile. After killing Lin Xian and obtaining the spiritual value points, he would have enough spiritual value points to allow him to cultivate on the second level for a few hours. Little rookie, I'll let you know the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed. The other party was the Greedy Wolf Society. Going up like this was no different from courting death. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't show any powerful aura. However, there were some new students who recognized Lin Xian. Isn't that the one who got first place in the exam? Yeah, I remember him. He's very close to Murong Qingqing. I think his name is Lin Xian. Many people were discussing. First place in the exam, no wonder he's so arrogant. The short-haired youth was disdainful. First place in the exam and he thinks he's invincible. What a joke. Let me tell you, you newbies are nothing in front of me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Xian frowned and quickened his pace. Brat, kneel down. The short-haired youth shouted and waved his palm. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted as a powerful force surged along with the fist wind. The short-haired youth controlled the force well. The force gathered together and rushed towards Lin Xian without spreading. Scram! Lin Xian spat out a thunderous sound and similarly punched out. On his fist, golden lightning danced, forming a dragon head that roared ferociously. Boom! The two collided with each other, creating a deep sound that echoed in the tunnel. Suddenly, mysterious patterns appeared on the walls on both sides, emitting light and forming a light screen that protected the tower. The short-haired young man's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Streaks of golden lightning coursed through his body, forming a powerful lightning force that numbed his entire body. What? Repelled. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They did not expect that a freshman could actually beat back a member of the ravenous wolf gang with one punch. No wonder the other party didn't seem to care at all and wanted to go to the second floor. It turned out that he was actually so powerful. The short-haired young man was equally shocked. His body trembled slightly as the golden electric arc slowed his movements. Spiritual energy surged within the short-haired young man's body, forming a wave of spiritual energy that eliminated the lightning on his body. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. A biting cold murderous aura filled the air. The freshman in front of him had actually made him suffer a loss. As a member of the Greedy Wolf gang, he could not tolerate this. Brat, you'll regret this. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This freshman was so terrifying. No matter how they looked at him, he was even more arrogant than the members of the Greedy Wolf gang. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. Although he had suffered a loss just now, it did not mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian. In the next moment, his spiritual energy surged, and a purple halo appeared with a terrifying aura. Brat, this is my martial soul, purple destruction halo. You should be proud of being defeated by my martial soul. After displaying his purple ring martial soul, the short-haired young man had a domineering aura. Purple ripples appeared and spread in all directions like waves. They carried a terrifying power and surged toward Lin Xian. The surroundings became abnormally oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Purple ring martial soul, this is what you rely on. Lin Xian sneered. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, a fierce aura surged out. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, splitting the void. The surrounding people trembled, especially the martial artist who had warned Lin Xian. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such strength. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he was unable to resist it. What is this, a martial soul? Why is it so fierce? Until now, he had not seen through Lin Xian's martial soul. The short-haired young man also felt Lin Xian's martial soul, and his face turned ugly. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he felt as if he could not resist it. It felt as if there was a divine sword hanging above his head, and it would slash down at any moment. Sword of Summer, Sword of Great Waterfall. Lin Xian's fingers were like a sword, and they fell quickly. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky tumbled, and countless sword qi surged like a huge silver waterfall, surging without stopping. Every waterfall was formed by the sword qi, and it was extremely fierce. The short-haired young man's pupils shrank. This sword was too exquisite, and its aura was extremely violent. However, its power was controlled within a certain range, and it did not cause any damage to the spirit-gathering pagoda. This kind of precise control was frightening. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. With a cold snort, the short-haired young man held the purple destruction halo in his hand and swung it forward. Suddenly, rays of purple destruction halo rushed forward, and it was terrifying and dazzling. Rumble, the two forces intertwined. The waterfall surged, and it was extremely fierce, tearing the sky apart. The purple destruction halo had a destructive aura. However, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was too powerful, and its attack power was far beyond that of the same level. Other than Second Heaven Honorable Realm experts, no one could resist it. Rip! In an instant, the purple destruction halo that filled the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and terrifying cracks appeared. How is this possible? The short-haired young man was terrified. How could his opponent's martial soul be so powerful? This aura had surpassed that of a First Heaven Honorable Realm expert. Is he a Second Heaven Honorable Realm martial artist? His heart trembled, and his mind went blank. He had never met such a powerful opponent in the same level as him. Bang! In the next instant, the sword qi condensed and slashed down quickly. No! The short-haired young man screamed, and he was so frightened that he could not stand steadily. He did not want to die. Buzz! The sword qi suddenly stopped, and it was only an inch away from the short-haired young man's body. The cold aura stimulated the short-haired young man's body, and he almost collapsed. Lin Xian easily defeated the short-haired young man, but he did not kill him. This was because killing was not allowed in the Immortal Martial Academy. Scram, don't let me see you again. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. He had lost today, but he believed that Lin Xian would definitely not dare to kill him. Moreover, there were so many people here. If he left just like that, he would lose the reputation of the Greed Wolf Academy. Don't be complacent. If you offend the Greed Wolf Academy, you won't have a good ending. You still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian laughed. Seems like I've been merciful to you. Then, he waved his hand, and the sword chi was like a long whip that became incomparably soft. Paw! The short-haired young man screamed in pain and was sent flying. Bang! He crashed into the wall beside him, and countless defensive lights were activated. Plop! Chapter 729. You dare to hurt me. The short-haired young man panted. You're dead meat. The greedy wolf gang won't let you off. If you don't get lost, I'll turn you into a dead wolf. Lin Xian raised his arm and a terrifying sword radiance flashed. Brat, just you wait. This isn't over. The short-haired young man saw Lin Xian's actions and his face turned ugly. He stood up with difficulty and quickly left the first floor. The surrounding crowd was shocked. This freshman is so strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also not afraid of the greedy wolf gang. However, the greedy wolf gang would not let him off easily. Lin Xian is so strong. The freshmen who were bullied were equally shocked. There were so many of them, but they could not defeat the short-haired young man. However, Lin Xian defeated him in one move. The gap was too big. Lin Xian, since you're so strong, why don't you form an organization and gather the freshmen so that we won't be bullied? Some freshmen said. They hoped to have a strong backer. Yes, yes. Hearing those words, those people also echoed in agreement. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the freshmen. Many of them were injured. I have the idea of forming an organization, but I want real martial artists, not cowards. You can be weak, but you can't be weak. If you're not strong enough, you can still cultivate. However, once you lose that hot-blooded and fearless heart of courage, you can never find it again. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. We're not weak. The freshman retorted. Yes, what right do you have to say that about us? Everyone knows whether you're weak or not, but I'll give you a chance. Gather here in 3 days and prove your courage to me. This is your only chance to join my organization. Gather in 3 days. Why? The crowd was puzzled. Weren't you bullied by the greedy wolf gang? Fight back in 3 days. After that, Lin Xian turned around and entered the second floor. What? Retaliating against greed. Is there something wrong with Lin Xian's brain? Lunatic, he's definitely a lunatic. Many people sneered. Although the greedy wolf was greedy and cruel, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone a freshman could shake. Sigh, this fellow is too arrogant. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a huge setback. Many senior students shook their heads and sighed. The freshmen were silent. They couldn't afford to offend Tan Lang, but they wouldn't admit it directly. They could only start mocking Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is too hateful. What right does he have to say that about us? That's right. Didn't you just defeat a senior? Do you really think you're number one among the freshmen? If he doesn't want us, we can go find someone else. I think that Zhou Su is very strong, definitely stronger than Lin Xian. That's right. There's also Murong Qingqing, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others. I think they'll all form societies. Moreover, they're all beauties. To be able to join such societies is definitely a great blessing. Not only do we have to join the new student societies, we can also apply to join the older student societies. There are so many societies in the academy. It's more than enough to accommodate us. That's right. Why are you still fighting the greedy wolves? Do you think the greedy wolves are so easy to fight? Many of the older powers don't dare to do so. He's just a freshman. What right does he have to say that? I think he just wants us to be cannon fodder. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Let's go. Many people felt uncomfortable being reprimanded by Lin Xian, so they said coldly. However, there were still some people whose eyes flickered. They seriously thought about Lin Xian's words and prepared to come here in 3 days. Lin Xian didn't know what these people were thinking. He did need some people, but what he wanted were those brave and powerful warriors, not students who were timid. Therefore, he asked those people to come here in 3 days. If no one came, then forget it. That would prove that those people were weak. If they dared to come, no matter what the outcome of this battle was, he would accept them. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even plan to let those people make a move. After putting this matter aside, Lin Xian went to the second floor. There were obviously fewer people on the second floor. After all, 1,000 spiritual value points for 2 hours was not something that anyone could afford. However, the spiritual energy here was much denser than above. Lin Xian estimated that it was more than twice as strong. Compared to his courtyard, it was nearly 3 times stronger. As expected of an intermediate spirit convergence array. It's indeed a good place. After finding an empty cultivation room, Lin Xian entered 1,000 spiritual value points and entered. There was also a small spirit convergence array in the cultivation room, so the spiritual energy was even stronger than outside. Lin Xian did not waste any time and cultivated with all his might. At the same time, he also consumed spirit wine, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and so on, allowing his cultivation speed to reach its maximum. 2 hours quickly passed and Lin Xian came out with satisfaction. These 2 hours of cultivation were equivalent to more than a month of cultivation in the outside world. Although he had spent 1,000 spiritual value points, it was very worth it. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xian looked at the spiritual value card and sighed. He didn't have much spiritual value points left, so he could only accept a few missions. Just as Lin Xian was accepting missions and earning spirit stones, the Immortal Martial Academy was in an uproar. The reason was that Lin Xian had injured a member of the Greedy Wolf Gang in the Intermediate Spirit Convergence Tower and said that he would lead the new students to counterattack 3 days later. Injuring a member of the Greedy Wolf Gang was already shocking enough. One had to know that the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were all cruel and vengeful people. Offending them would definitely not end well. However, not only did Lin Xian offend them, he even wanted to counterattack. This was going against the Greedy Wolf Gang. However, could a new student like him defeat the Greedy Wolf Gang? No one thought that Lin Xian would succeed. Everyone felt that it was just a pretentious method. Perhaps he just wanted to increase his fame. After all, there were such people in the past. Many people treated this matter as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were enraged. They would not allow anyone to step on their heads. Therefore, for the battle 3 days later, these people were prepared to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Moreover, they wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Greedy Wolf Gang was. In their eyes, they could only bully others and no one could bully them. Yan Qingyang and the rest also knew about this news. Many people from the Dao Spirit Gang laughed. This Lin Xian is really an idiot. He didn't wait for us to find him and actually provoked the Greedy Wolf Gang himself. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky this time. Just nice, let the Greedy Wolf Gang get rid of that kid. Yan Qingyang and the rest were prepared to watch the show. Not only them, Shen Yaotian, Zhou Su, and the other new students are also watching the show. They know that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky this time. Murong Qingqing was a little worried. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, the Greedy Wolf Gang's notoriety was widespread in the Immortal Martial Academy. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Xian would be at a disadvantage. Finally waiting for Lin Xian to return from completing the mission, Murong Qingqing immediately went up to him. There's a beauty accompanying me when I come back. This life is really wonderful. Lin Xian looked at the beauty walking over and said with a chuckle. Chapter 730. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this, Murong Qingqing said worriedly. Why? Did something big happen? Lin Xian was puzzled. Murong Qingqing sighed. She was so anxious, but the other party didn't know anything. Of course it's about you and Tan Lang. Oh, you mean that? Why? Did they surrender? Hey, can you speak normally? Murong Qingqing's face turned cold. Do you know Tan Lang's strength? Do you know who they will send this time? Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Murong Qingqing said angrily, You don't know anything and you dare to accept the challenge. Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. Although I don't know their strength, I know that the people on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard won't make a move. After all, those people will care about their reputation. They won't make a move for a new student. Otherwise, even if they win, their reputation will be tarnished. You know quite well. Murong Qingqing snorted. That's enough. As long as those people don't make a move, it's useless no matter how many people come. Lin Xian said confidently. All right, it seems that you're confident, Murong Qingqing said. Since that's the case, I won't care. However, I have to remind you that although those people won't make a move against you now, once you enter the honorable realm in the future, I'm afraid that those people will come looking for trouble with you. Honorable realm. Lin Xian became even more confident. I'm afraid that when that time comes, it's not certain who will be looking for trouble with whom. After bidding farewell to Murong Qingqing, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. This time, he had accepted 2 missions and obtained 5,000 spiritual value points. He could enter the Spirit Gathering Tower again. As for the battle 3 days later, he really didn't care about it. Now, with the improvement of his 4-season sword technique, a first heaven honorable realm martial artist was no match for him. If he used his full strength, he could also fight against a second heaven honorable realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian was very indifferent. He continued comprehending the 4-season sword technique while cultivating the longevity art. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Xian came out of seclusion and headed towards the intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him, and some even laughed lightly. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. There was no need to explain now. In the near future, the results would naturally slap them in the face. When he arrived at the Spirit Gathering Tower, he rolled his eyes. There were even more people here to watch the show, 5 times more than usual. It seemed that the news had already spread. At this moment, there were 8 new students standing in front of the passage, their bodies trembling slightly. On the other side was a group of martial artists in black. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. They looked at the 8 freshmen in front of them with mocking expressions. Rookies, you actually dare to accept the challenge. You're really fucking stupid. Wait a moment, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang laughed wildly. The surrounding martial artists were also discussing animatedly. Many of the freshmen sneered. Idiots, they really came to accept the challenge. Are these people stupid? It's all that Lin Xian's fault. He just had to provoke us. It's over now. I think that Lin guy was just talking nonsense. Didn't you see that he hasn't shown up yet? That's right. He's the coward. Those who spoke sarcastically were the ones who were bullied by the Greedy Wolf gang but did not dare to accept the challenge. When Lin Xian heard these discussions, he sneered coldly. People like this would forever be lowly weaklings. However, the 8 people in the square surprised him. Although they were trembling, they did not take a step back. Not bad. Although you're a little weak, your courage is commendable. You're a talent that can be molded. Lin Xian was satisfied. Humph, you small fries. Where's that Lin Xian? Get him out here. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to come out now? Trash. Such a person dares to provoke the greedy wolf gang. I think he doesn't know how to spell the word death. I think you're the ones who don't know how to spell the word death. A cold voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that voice. Everyone's expression was different. Most of the onlookers were surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, most of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The 8 freshmen in the square heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian did not lie to them. He really came. They had mustered up a lot of courage to stand there. They did not want to be bullied for the rest of their lives. Just now, they were under a lot of pressure. It was something they had never experienced in their lives. The members of the greedy wolf gang opposite them were all extremely powerful. The murderous aura on their bodies was shocking. They were all bloodthirsty. Facing such a group of people, they were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Lin Xian appeared. The faces of the members of the greedy wolf gang darkened. Their eyes were cold as they stared ahead. You're that arrogant Lin Xian. One of the young men stood out and asked sternly. He was the leader this time. His name was Liamo. His strength was at the peak of first-level Venerable Realm. Coupled with his rich combat experience and powerful treasured weapon, he could be said to be very powerful. He could even compete with a second-level Venerable Realm. Sending such a powerful martial artist to intimidate the crowd was enough to show the greedy wolf gang's anger. They must punish Lin Xian severely this time. Intimidate everyone. Arrogant. Compared to the greedy wolf gang, I'm afraid this is nothing. Lin Xian sneered. Brother Mo, it's him. The short-haired young man beside him gritted his teeth and said. He had become the laughing stock of the academy after being beaten away by Lin Xian. This time, he must save his face. Kid, I've said it before. You're dead for offending the greedy wolf gang. You, and all of you, are finished. The short-haired young man pointed at Lin Xian and the 8 people in the hall. He was extremely arrogant. Kid, we're both students. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow 100 times and become the slaves of the greedy wolf gang, I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Mo's voice became cold. Did you hear that? Kneel down and kowtow and call us grandpa. The short-haired young man was extremely arrogant. He strode out and pointed at the 8 people in the hall with a sinister smile. The 8 people were furious and their eyes were red. They would rather be killed than humiliated. Bang! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Then, a powerful spiritual force exploded and kicked the short-haired young man away. Boom! The short-haired young man crashed into the wall like a meteor. The entire spiritual tower shook non-stop. That kick was too powerful. At least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He actually attacked. The crowd was in an uproar. This was too crazy. He really attacked the greedy wolf gang. The 8 people in the hall were also stunned. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling. There was so much nonsense. Now it was quiet. Lin Xian said with his hands behind his back. Kid, you dare to attack. You're courting death. Mo was furious. Go. As long as he doesn't die, you can beat him however you want. He was very powerful, and his attack caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Die, brat. Mo clenched his fist and condensed a long flaming saber. He slashed it down. The flames burned fiercely, and the terrifying heat wave distorted the void. So terrifying. Lin Xian probably won't be able to take it. He's dead for sure. Many people sneered. However, in the next moment, the snow-white monkey's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Mo. It slapped down. Boz. Mo's head was dizzy and he was stunned on the spot. The flaming saber in his hand was quickly extinguished. Whoosh. Lin Xian took a step forward. Martial path sword chi appeared on his 5 fingers. It was incomparably soft like willow ribbons. In an instant, it wrapped around Mo. The martial path sword chi seemed soft, but it contained the power of the dragon sword soul, so it was incomparably spiritual. Crack, crack, crack. The armor on Mo's body shattered, and the 5 sword chi left terrifying sword wounds on his body. Blood spread wildly and instantly dyed his body red. Mo struggled frantically, trying to release his martial soul. However, the moment he activated the spiritual power in his body, the 5 sword chi became even tighter and pierced into his muscles. If you dare to move again, I guarantee that your body will definitely be split into 5 pieces. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, Mo's body trembled and he didn't dare to move. He was very sullen. He didn't even have time to release his martial soul before he was knocked unconscious and ended up in this state. At the same time, he was extremely frightened because Lin Xian was too strange. He subdued all of them in an instant. Everyone stop. Mo roared. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, everyone stopped and retreated to the sides. The 8 freshmen were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to win. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. It was too shocking. Lin Xian defeated the Greedy Wolf Gang's team by himself. At this moment, screams came from the dark red dragon's array. It was so miserable that it made everyone's hair stand on end. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang changed their expressions and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Not only did a freshman subdue them, but he also defeated their team leader in one move. Such means were terrifying. Stop, we admit defeat. Hearing the screams, Mo roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dark red dragon immediately stopped. It removed the array, revealing the 5 miserable members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. This time, we admit defeat. Mo gritted his teeth and said. However, he had no choice but to lower his head in the current situation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The ferocious Greedy Wolf Gang was defeated by a freshman. It was too shocking. Especially the people from the Tao Spirit Association. They all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Is this guy really a freshman? Many people's hearts trembled. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian would win, but she didn't expect him to win so easily. 2 mystical spirit beasts. How many secrets does this guy have? Admit defeat. That's it. Lin Xian sneered when he heard Mo's words. What do you want? Mo gritted his teeth and said. You're a captive now. Watch your attitude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the 5 sword chi on Mo's body became even sharper, piercing Mo until he screamed again. What do you want? Liamo said weakly. He didn't have any temper this time. How many spiritual value points were robbed? Lin Xian turned around and asked. 1,000, 700, 500, the 8 of them answered excitedly. They knew that Lin Xian was standing up for them. Chapter 732. The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian's words echoed in the passageway, causing the 8 people behind him to be extremely excited. Domineering, too domineering. He had vented his hatred. Originally, they had thought that they would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime after being robbed of their spiritual value points by the greedy wolf gang. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, they would be able to trample their enemies under their feet? Furthermore, they had obtained double the spiritual value points. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Brother Xian, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Yes, Brother Xian, take us in. The 8 of them were excited and their bodies trembled. All right, the 8 of you will be my brothers from now on. Lin Xian was also filled with pride. He wanted to establish an organization that belonged to him within the Immortal Martial Academy, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Now, go and collect your spiritual value points. Yes, sir. The 8 of them roared excitedly. Just like before, they did not dare to make a move. But now, it was different. With Lin Xian, even if they were to face the ferocious greedy wolf gang, they would still dare to fight. Very quickly, they retrieved double the spiritual value points from the 12 members of the greedy wolf gang. As for Lin Xian, he took away their storage rings. During this period of time, there was a member of the greedy wolf gang who wanted to resist. In the end, when Lin Xian's sword spirit pierced into his body, no one dared to resist. Lin Xian did not feel uncomfortable doing this. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he was the one who failed today, he believed that his outcome would be even worse. Not only would he lose everything, but he would also lose face. Therefore, if he was not ruthless, the enemy would be ruthless to him. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to bully the greedy wolf gang like this. Especially those new students, they were all dumbstruck. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Previously, they were the same as the other 8. They had all been bullied by the greedy wolf gang. However, they did not have the courage to face it. They could only make sarcastic remarks in the crowd. But now, Lin Xian had really done it. Not only did he defeat the team sent by the greedy wolf gang, he had also avenged the 8 people. Double spiritual value points. Many people were envious. At that moment, a few thick-skinned people quickly stood out and shouted at Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, accept me." As soon as these words were spoken, many new students immediately stood up and looked at Lin Xian with eager eyes. Seeing those people's flattering performance, the 8 people beside him also showed disdain. Why didn't they come out when they were facing greed? Now that Lin Xian had won, they wanted to join. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Seeing these people jump out, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He knew that these people had mocked him in the crowd before. Looking around, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, "You want to join?" "Sure, do you see the greedy wolves? Go beat them up and you can join." "What? Beat them up?" Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. Those people were from the Greedy Wolf Association. Although they lost to Lin Xian this time, it didn't mean that they could be bullied. Especially those new students who jumped out, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Fuck, why am I so cheap, jumping out at this time? Many people felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't dare to hit the Greedy Wolf Association's people. However, if they retreated at this time, it would mean that they were greedy for life and afraid of death, opportunistic villains. At that time, they would become the target of everyone's contempt. Therefore, for a moment, they were in a dilemma. "Humph, cowardly rats, I knew you wouldn't dare." The 8 disciples sneered. Hearing this, the faces of the cultivators who stood out turned red, and they slipped into the crowd dejectedly. Of course, there were also a few who weren't afraid of death and really went up to kick the people from the Greedy Wolf Association. "Fuck, kid, you're dead meat." Liam-o and the others roared crazily. "Brother, from today onwards, we are brothers," Lin Xian said to the 3 of them. "Brother Xian, we are the 3 Hao brothers," the eldest of the 3 said. "Brother Xian, what is the name of our organization?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion." Following that, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, "I, Lin Xian, will establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion today. I welcome all the outstanding and brave students to join." Hearing this, the freshmen who had just joined cheered while the others rolled their eyes. What a joke, at this juncture, who would dare to join? Lin Xian had beaten up the Greedy Wolf Association today, the other party would definitely retaliate, so no one dared to join at this time. "Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? Just watch, it won't be long before it disintegrates." The people from the Tao Spirit Association sneered. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. The current situation made him very unhappy. "Humph." He snorted and left with the people from the Tao Spirit Association. Murong Qingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would establish his own organization, which surprised her. Originally, she wanted to establish an organization in the academy and pull Lin Xian in, but now it seemed impossible. "Humph, I won't admit defeat." Murong Qingqing snorted. Since she couldn't pull Lin Xian in, then she would join. "Me too, I want to join too," Murong Qingqing said. Following that, she quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. "What? Murong Qingqing wants to join too." Everyone was stunned, then their eyes burned with passion. However, at this juncture, they definitely wouldn't join. They could only wait for an opportunity in the future. When the 3 Hao brothers saw Murong Qingqing, they also exclaimed, "Brother Xian is amazing, he managed to rope in a beauty so quickly. Why are you joining in the fun?" Lin Xian was helpless. "Why can't I join?" Murong Qingqing snorted, then she walked in front of Liam-o and casually kicked him twice. "How is it? I'm qualified, right?" Hearing that, Liam-o wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. Lin Xian was helpless and could only agree. He then released the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang. "Scram, don't let me see you again. Let's go." Liam-o stood up and quickly left with a group of underlings. However, he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge for this. "Alright, let's find a place to hold the meeting." Lin Xian opened a cultivation room on the first floor and let everyone in. This time, things went smoothly. Not only did he teach the Ravenous Wolf Gang a lesson, he also recruited many students. His Dragon Sword Pavilion finally settled down in the Immortal Martial Academy. Among these 11 new students, 6 of them were at the first layer of the Honorable Realm, while the other 5 were half-step Honorable Realm. In the outside world, they could be considered as geniuses, but in the Immortal Martial Academy, they were very ordinary. Because there were too many monsters here, and any one of them was at the first layer of the Honorable Realm. However, Lin Xian didn't look down on them. Being able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. Moreover, these people's aptitudes weren't bad. They could be considered geniuses, but in terms of resources, they couldn't compare to those monsters. Lin Xian believed that when these people grew up, they would definitely be a powerful force. The 3 Hao brothers, Hao De, Hao Er, and Hao San, all three of them had reached the first layer of the honorable realm. Their strength was not bad. As for the other 8, 3 of them had reached the first layer of the honorable realm. They were Song Ming, Liang Wei, and Wang Li. Lin Xian gave them some pills and let them accept missions to earn spiritual value points and raise their cultivation. Chapter 733. Boss, why are you collecting these elixirs? Song Ming was puzzled. It can't be alchemy, right? Liang Wei guessed. Correct. Lin Xian laughed. But we don't have an inscription master. Everyone scratched their heads. Don't worry, I'll do it. Lin Xian said, your boss is an all-rounder. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and they became extremely excited. Even Murong Qingqing was surprised. She never knew that Lin Xian knew how to refine pills. This guy is too mysterious. Murong Qingqing gritted her teeth. Alright, you guys go and take action. I also want to break through to the Venerable Realm as soon as possible. Boss, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time using the Spirit Gathering Array. Wang Li said, I know 2 ways that can help you break through in a short period of time. Oh, which 2? Lin Xian asked. The first is the Little Spirit Pill. It can allow warriors below the Venerable Realm to directly increase their cultivation by 1 level. The second is the Blazing Mountain. It contains terrifying spirit energy and can definitely allow warriors to break through in a short period of time. However, that place is extremely dangerous. If boss wants to go, you must be well prepared. Little Spirit Pill, Blazing Mountain. Lin Xian whispered. Then, he took out the spirit tablet and found the introduction of the Little Spirit Pill, 20,000 spiritual value points. Lin Xian frowned. It was really expensive. However, this method was feasible. He pondered in his heart. He was currently at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Using the Little Spirit Pill, he could directly reach the half-step Venerable Realm. Then, he would head to the Blazing Mountain to cultivate and break through to the Venerable Realm in one go. This was definitely the fastest way to break through at the moment. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I'll go break through. You guys should also hurry up and raise your cultivation. Following that, everyone left the Spirit Gathering Tower. 20,000 spiritual value points. How did you get them? Murong Qingqing asked, do you want me to lend you some? Forget it, since I owe you a debt, it won't be easy to refuse your request in the future. Lin Xian shook his head. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Forget it if you don't want it. Murong Qingqing snorted. I want to see how you will obtain 20,000 spiritual value points. 20,000 spiritual value points was not a small amount for the current freshmen. Even if they were to do missions, they would have to do at least a dozen of them. This didn't include the time-consuming things such as the journey, so according to conventional methods, it was impossible to complete it in a short period of time. What Lin Xian lacked the most right now was time. Can I complete it in one go? Lin Xian pondered. Then, he walked towards the mission hall to see if there were any high-difficulty missions. Lin Xian skipped past the ordinary missions and the special missions on the black mission crystal that was 300 meters tall. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he discovered something. Operation Beheading. The Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, has committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent people. Now, a kill order has been issued. Whoever obtains Tu Tian's head will be rewarded with 27,000 spiritual value points. So high. Lin Xian's interest was piqued, but when he saw the message below, he frowned. Below the mission, there were 3 golden stars. Behind them was an introduction. Lin Xian discovered that this Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, was actually a second-level venerable. Furthermore, he had a top-grade spirit artifact in his hand. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xian decided to accept the mission. What? You want to accept the beheading operation? The deacon of the mission hall was stunned. He stared at Lin Xian intently without stopping. No matter how he looked at it, the other party did not have a powerful cultivation and was a freshman. That's a 3-star mission. Have you read the information on it? Yes. Lin Xian said. The difficulty of a 3-star mission is very high. Furthermore, the Hunyuan hand is extremely ferocious. He has killed more than one disciple of the academy. Even so, you still want to accept it. Accept. Lin Xian said firmly. Since you insist, fine. The deacon sighed, but he still let Lin Xian accept the mission. The surrounding students were discussing in low voices. Many of them were mocking and ridiculing him. This guy, has he gone crazy from thinking about spiritual value points? That's right, the Hunyuan hand is a second-level venerable. I'm afraid that only those experts on the mysterious venerable board can deal with him. That guy obviously hasn't entered the mysterious venerable board, yet he dares to accept it. Isn't that arrogant freshman? I heard that he hasn't even reached the venerable realm. What? Everyone was shocked and then sneered, he's definitely dead. The Hunyuan hand was in Lion Moon City, which was not far from Heavenly Pool City. There were 5 cities around Heavenly Pool City and Lion Moon City was one of them. Lin Xian sped all the way to Lion Moon City. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he stopped in the forest outside the city. Then, he summoned the dark red divine dragon and the two of them began to discuss countermeasures. The reason why Lin Xian dared to accept this mission was because the dark red divine dragon had mastered many formations. With his strength and the power of the formation, he should be able to kill the Hunyuan hand. However, this formation needed to be properly set up. Boy, I have a killing formation called the 10-direction remnant light formation. If I can set it up, I'll definitely be able to kill that Hunyuan hand. The dark red divine dragon patted its chest and said. Are you sure? Lin Xian stared at the dark red divine dragon and asked. This ruffian dragon was often unreliable, so he had to ask clearly. Damn, boy, what do you mean? How dare you doubt me? The dark red divine dragon was unhappy, just you wait. When I set up the 10-direction remnant light formation, I'll definitely scare you to death. However, this formation's level is quite high and it requires a large amount of materials to set it up. Take whatever you want. Lin Xian threw out his storage ring. Then, the dark red divine dragon took out a large pile of medium spiritual stones and many strange materials from the storage ring. Fortunately, Lin Xian was rich and had all kinds of strange materials. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would not be able to set it up. Next, the dark red divine dragon began to set up the formation carefully. This formation was very complicated and needed to be inscribed with formation patterns. Moreover, every formation pattern was extremely complicated and profound, so there could not be the slightest mistake. Even with Lin Xian's knowledge in cultivation, he still felt dizzy when he saw those inscription patterns. One day later, the dark red divine dragon finally finished setting up the 10-direction remnant light formation. Boy, you don't believe me, right? Do you want to come and have a look? The dark red divine dragon said provocatively. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to see the power of this formation. Lin Xian walked over. As soon as he entered the formation, the dark red divine dragon laughed sinisterly and quickly activated the formation. In the next moment, an extremely fierce murderous aura appeared in the surroundings. Streaks of terrifying sword chi crisscrossed and slashed toward Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The power of wind and thunder surged behind him, and the wind and thunder wings appeared. He moved quickly and left behind an afterimage. This formation is so terrifying. Lin Xian came out of the formation with lingering fear in his heart. Although he had only been there for a moment, the terrifying power made him fearful. The sword chi formed by the formation was not weaker than his sword chi at all. It could definitely threaten a second-level supremacy. This is nothing. The dark red divine dragon said proudly, "Boy, let me tell you, this is only the simplified version of the 10-direction remnant light formation. Once the real 10-direction remnant light formation is used, it can definitely destroy all 10 directions. It's more than enough to deal with that mixed yuan hand. Okay, I'll lure him into the formation. You control the formation, and we'll attack together," Lin Xian said. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up an illusion formation to hide the 10-direction remnant light formation. Chapter 734. Wang Shi was a disciple of the Wang family. He got out of bed early in the morning and went to the martial arts field to practice. Not long ago, he had obtained the heart of the blood flame rat in the forest. After returning, he stimulated his bloodline and broke through to the half-step honorable realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would soon reach the true honorable realm. I must be like my benefactor and become a powerful martial artist. A figure appeared in Wang Shi's mind. It was a young man about 18 or 19 years old. He wore a blue shirt and held a golden bow in his hand. He looked like a god of war. It was that figure who had easily killed several blood flame rats. Not only did he save their lives, but he also gave them the hearts of the blood flame rats. It was because of those hearts that the Wang family was able to create several half-step honorables this time. I must become strong and protect the family. I can't let the Blood Yuan gang bully the family. Clang! 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 Suddenly, a series of urgent bell chimes rang out. Oh no, it's the bell of war. The family is in danger. Is the Blood Yuan gang here? Wang Shi's expression changed and he quickly rushed to the central square. Not only him, but countless disciples of the Wang family also gathered quickly. Uncle Wang, what's the matter? Wang Shi asked anxiously. The Blood Yuan gang is here. They want us to hand over the elixir pavilion. What? Damn the Blood Yuan gang, they're attacking our family's important business. Wang Shi's small face was cold. The nearby disciples of the Wang family were furious. The Wang family was good at alchemy. It turned out that they were a big family in Lion Moon City. However, since the Blood Yuan gang came, the Wang family was targeted and suppressed everywhere. Now, the Blood Yuan gang wanted to swallow the Wang family's property. They tried their best to resist, but many of their elders were killed. They couldn't resist at all. Because the Blood Yuan gang had a powerful and cruel leader, Mixed Yuan Hand, Tu Tian. Not only had his cultivation reached the second level of the honorable realm, but he also had a top-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. He was very powerful. Humph, even if we die, we can't hand our family over to the Blood Yuan gang. Everyone was furious. Ha ha ha, Wang family, what do you think? Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky, rolling over like thunder. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a large man with a tall and sturdy figure. He had a full beard and a vicious glint in his eyes. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, staring cruelly at the people of the Wang family below. Behind him were more than a dozen first-rank supremacies who were looking down with mocking expressions. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang appeared and surrounded the Wang family. Old man Wang, have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. Mixed Yuan Han Tu Tian said coldly. My Wang clan's foundation will never be given to you. Just give up. A white-haired old man appeared. He was the patriarch of the Wang clan. Stubborn. Seeing the other party's resistance, Heaven Slaughter's face immediately sank. Old man, I saw that your Wang clan has some alchemy skills, so I didn't kill you. Do you really think I'm so benevolent? Now, I'll give you a chance. Either you surrender to me and become a subordinate of the Blood Yuan gang. Either all of you die, and the entire Wang family will disappear from Lion Moon City. You better think it through. Heaven Slaughter's eyes shone fiercely, and his body emitted a shocking murderous aura. Old man, you better think it through. Thousands of lives of the Wang clan are in your hands. Make your choice quickly, or your Wang clan will be annihilated. The experts of the Blood Yuan gang threatened coldly. You've gone too far. Do you really think my Wang clan is easy to bully? Below, the people of the Wang clan were furious. The patriarch of the Wang clan was also furious. His robe fluttered, and he rushed into the sky like a meteor. You've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch of the Wang clan quickly rushed out and attacked Heaven Slaughtering. You're overestimating yourself. Mixed Yuan Han Tu Tian gave a cold snort and quickly swung his fist to meet the attack. Terrifying energy exploded like a demonic cloud, spreading in all directions. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Heaven Slaughtering were fighting. Bang bang. However, not long after, a low sound was heard. The patriarch of the Wang clan flew out and smashed the pavilion below. A terrifying deep pit was formed on the ground. Patriarch. The people of the Wang clan were terrified and rushed over. The patriarch of the Wang clan struggled to get up from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, and there was a terrifying palm print on his chest. It almost pierced through him. You don't know what's good for you. You want to fight with me with your strength? Heaven Slaughtering sneered. Do you believe that I'll annihilate the Wang clan now? Hearing that, the patriarch of the Wang clan trembled and then spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. You! I'll fight it out with you. A middle-aged martial artist couldn't help but rush up quickly. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. In the sky, a burly man with a long saber stood out. Then, he waved his long saber. The saber radiance was like a rainbow and instantly cut the middle-aged martial artist in half. The corpse fell and blood splattered all over the ground. The horrifying and bloody scene stimulated the people of the Wang clan. No! The people of the Wang clan screamed. Many young disciples cried while the middle-aged martial artists and elders clenched their fists tightly and glared. They couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, they were full of regret. If they had strong strength, the other party wouldn't have dared to provoke them. Moreover, as an alchemy family, they had made friends with many forces. But now, no one came to help them. This made them feel cold. Does God want my Wang clan to die? The elders shouted to the sky. If there's no other way, we can only agree to join the Blood Yuan gang. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Wang clan will be destroyed. Another elder sighed. No, we can't join the Blood Yuan gang. The patriarch of the Wang clan gasped. The Blood Yuan gang is cruel and greedy. Do you think we will have a good end if we join them? At that time, we will become their slaves. That will be a real life worse than death. Everyone listen, cover the escape of the young disciples and take away the pill recipe and pill veins. We can't let these things fall into the hands of the Blood Yuan gang. Old man, since you're courting death, then there's no need for the Wong clan to exist. Heaven Slaughter's face was ferocious. After talking for a long time, the other party was still stubborn and wanted to fight to the death. He was disdainful because the other party was not qualified to fight with him. Kill, leave no one alive. Heaven Slaughtering waved his hand. Suddenly, 10 first-level venerables in the sky moved out. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang rushed over. These people were like fierce beasts and hungry wolves, quickly pouncing on the people of the Wong clan. Cover the young disciples, run. The elders of the Wong clan rushed to the sky. They must break out of the encirclement. Run. Puff. Puff. In an instant, countless terrifying attacks fell. The disciples of the Wong clan were killed. Blood and corpses splattered, and all kinds of screams and cries were heard. This scene had alarmed the entire Lion Moon City, but no one came to help. Chapter 735. You dare to resist. This will be your fate. A venerable with a long saber blocked the escape route and looked at Wang Shi and the others with a grim smile. Go quickly. I'll stop him. A middle-aged warrior shouted and rushed out quickly. Humph, you're courting death. He waved his long saber and beheaded the middle-aged warrior. Uncle Wang. Wang Shi's eyes instantly turned red and he let out a shocking roar. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Wang Shi's heart was burning with anger. He rushed up quickly. Ha, little brat, watch how I kill you. The venerable grinned. No, go quickly. The elders of the Wang family shouted. Wang Shi was an outstanding disciple of their family and the hope of the family's future. However, this hope was about to be killed here. The Wang family was desperate. They were furious, but they did not have the power to change anything. They could only watch the tragedy unfold. However, at the next moment, before the long saber fell, a golden arrow pierced through the venerable's head and nailed his body to the ground. A golden arrow fell from the sky like a golden thunder. It instantly pierced through the head of the venerable and nailed him to the ground. This turn of events shocked everyone in the prince's mansion. The two sides who were fighting stopped and retreated. The Wang family was puzzled, while the Blood Yuan gang was gloomy. The ordinary gang members were even more shocked as they looked around cautiously. Who dares to kill the elder of the Blood Yuan gang? Come out! Tu Tian roared. His body trembled with murderous intent and covered 100 miles. Buzz! The void fluctuated and a young figure stepped out. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in blue and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of war. He held a golden bow in his hand that emitted light. Benefactor, it's Benefactor. Wang Shi was excited. He saw the figure in the sky and had the urge to cry. Benefactor. The Wang family was shocked when they heard it. Then, a ray of hope rose in their hearts. Was this young man here to help them? The Blood Yuan gang was filled with murderous intent and stared at Lin Xian unkindly. Kid, who are you? That's right, the blue-clothed youth in the sky was Lin Xian. After he arrived at the Lion Moon City, he went straight to the Blood Yuan gang's lair, but he did not find the primeval chaos hand Tu Tian. After asking around, he found out that the other party was going to attack the Wang family today. That was why he hurried over. However, he did not expect to meet the young man he had seen in the forest in the Wang family. Seeing that his opponent was in danger, Lin Xian immediately fired an arrow, saving his opponent's life. Looking around, Lin Xian coldly shouted, "Which one of you is the Heaven Slaughtering Hand?" "I am." Tu Tian stood out and shouted sternly, "Brat, what business do you have with me?" take your head. Lin Xian's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the burly man in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Tu Tian threw his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The elders and members of the Blood Yuan gang also sneered in disdain. Although Lin Xian was very strong and killed an elder with one arrow, it was impossible for him to kill their leader. Not to mention a brat, even a second-level venerable would not be able to kill him. Unless it was an even more powerful third-level venerable. However, that kind of expert would not appear in the Lion Moon City. Want to kill me? Tu Tian sneered in disdain. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that I will give the order to chop you into minced meat? Boss, let me kill him. He killed old Dao. I want to kill him to avenge old Dao. A skinny man walked out, holding a blood-red spear in his hand and emitting an astonishing murderous aura. Well, let him know the consequences of provoking the Blood Yuan gang. Tu Tian said coldly. Brat, I want to use your blood as a sacrifice to old Dao. The skinny middle-aged man's body erupted with a powerful spiritual power, and then he swung his spear and stabbed out quickly. Heaven and Earth Spear. The spear flashed and condensed into a quaint cauldron, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The wind whistled and the air cracked. The Heaven and Earth cauldron formed by the spear was like a demonic mountain with a terrifying momentum. In an instant, it fell mercilessly on Lin Xian. Benefactor, be careful. Wang Shi exclaimed. The Wang family members were also trembling, and they were extremely nervous. The people of the Blood Yuan gang sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to block the spear. Lin Xian looked at the Heaven and Earth cauldron and snorted. His right hand formed a seal, and the vermilion bird seal was quickly waved out. A vermilion bird, hundreds of feet tall, was born from the fire, and like a divine bird, it flew into the sky. In an instant, the Heaven and Earth cauldron was blasted away. Then, Lin Xian held the golden bow in his hand, and a golden arrow appeared between his fingers. As his palm fell, the golden arrow flew out, accompanied by countless wind and thunder, like a golden dragon roaring in the void. Puff! The golden arrow instantly pierced the skinny middle-aged man, and then with a boom, it formed a terrifying sea of lightning and wrapped him up. Sixth brother. The elders of the Blood Yuan gang exclaimed and quickly rushed forward. Everyone attacked together, and the terrifying energy split the violent sea of lightning. Then, they saw a charred body falling from the sky quickly. The body was charred black, without a trace of vitality. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. To be able to kill two elders with a single arrow, wasn't this strength a little too terrifying? The Wang family members were stunned. They did not expect the young man in the sky to be so powerful that he could kill the powerful enemies in their eyes with just a raise of his hand. Kid, you killed two of my generals, I will definitely kill you. Tu Tian was completely angry. The elders behind him were the elite forces of the Blood Yuan gang, and losing one of them was a great loss. But now, Lin Xian killed two of his generals with just a raise of his hand. How could he not be angry? With a roar, Tu Tian slapped out his palm, and the terrifying palm shadow was thousands of meters wide, like a giant hand that covered the sky, clawing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his arm and shot out golden arrows to fight against the terrifying palm. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. That palm was too terrifying. Dozens of golden arrows bombarded it, but they did not pierce it. From this point, it could be seen that Tu Tian's strength was definitely far beyond everyone. Want to leave? It's not that simple. Tu Tian shouted angrily, you guys continue to stay here. Don't let anyone from the Wang family go. I'll go and kill that kid. As his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly chased after Lin Xian. Seeing that Tu Tian was chasing after him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. His purpose was to lure Tu Tian out of the city and into the 10-direction remnant light formation that he had already set up. Both of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive outside the city. Seeing that Lin Xian was only running and not fighting back, Tu Tian was suspicious. He suddenly stopped and cautiously observed his surroundings. The reason why he could live freely was not only because of his powerful and cruel means, but also because of his cautious character, which allowed him to avoid danger this time. Chapter 736. However, he did not find any powerful aura within a 1,000-mile radius. Could it be an expert? Tu Tian was puzzled, but he quickly denied it. If it was really a super expert, there was no need for an ambush. He could just enter the city and kill him. He did not care about other people's ambushes. "Brat, no matter what tricks you play, you can't escape death today." Tu Tian shouted angrily and chased after him again. This time, he was even faster. It seemed like he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian quickly. However, Lin Xian had an earth-tier movement technique. His speed was extremely fast among the supremacies. Therefore, Tu Tian could not catch up and could only follow behind him. This brat actually has such a movement technique. Looks like I can't kill him later. I'll torture him for his movement technique first. Tu Tian's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he was surprised because Lin Xian stopped in front of him. Brat, what tricks are you trying to play now?" Tu Tian's mind was filled with Lin Xian's movement technique. He did not care at all. Moreover, he had checked these places in advance. There were no traces of experts at all. "This is the tomb I chose for you. What do you think?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "What, a tomb?" Tu Tian laughed hysterically. "Brat, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I'll let you know the cruel truth soon enough." "Kill!" he shouted angrily. His body turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. He waved his palms and terrifying palm shadows merged into one. The palm energy was extremely terrifying. Even a second heaven supremacy would find it difficult to take it. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He instantly felt the terrifying aura and the aura in his body surged. How terrifying! He's definitely one of the strongest among second heaven supremacies. Lin Xian executed the illusory demon steps to the extreme and dodged quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon to activate the formation. In the next moment, the surroundings changed. Countless golden sword chi appeared and swept across the land, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Tu Tian frowned. The golden sword chi made him feel a sense of danger. Formation. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know about array formations. "We have to end this quickly." Tu Tian was not willing to take the risk. Furthermore, this array formation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his full strength. There was a pair of purple gold gloves on his palms. Light flowed around them and they emitted a terrifying aura. A top-grade spirit-ranked artifact. With this artifact, Tu Tian's palm wind and fist aura became even more ferocious, causing the void to explode. However, the 10 directions remnant light sword set up by the dark red divine dragon was also unusual. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through mountains. Moreover, Lin Xian also quickly used the great dragon sword soul. His whole body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He was extremely powerful. A great battle was about to break out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shattering all the surrounding mountains. Puff! Lin Xian held the blood-red slaughter sword and slashed out, creating a blood-red river that stretched for 1,000 meters. As it descended, a terrifying gash appeared in the ground. A 10-meter-wide gash appeared, and one could not see the end of it. Tu Tian quickly dodged and then struck out with his palm. Terrifying energy condensed into a 100-feet-tall palm shadow that covered the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was flattened. Die, brat! Tu Tian was furious. He had lost face for not being able to deal with a brat after such a long time. He was like a ferocious beast, crashing through the void. Blood-slaughtering demonic palm. The purple-colored palm blasted out. Divine light bloomed, and purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles as if it came from the demonic realm. Solitary sword. Lin Xian held the solitary sword and used the autumn sword of the Four Seasons sword technique. The pitch-black sword qi was extremely oppressive. It carried an indescribable sense of oppression as if it could take away all life. The two collided and were in a stalemate. At this moment, the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation erupted. Countless golden sword qi surged out. The terrifying energy was extremely powerful and quickly slashed towards Tu Tian. Humph! Tu Tian snorted and quickly retreated. He only had one top-grade spirit-ranked artifact on him, and that was the gloves on his hands. Therefore, his attack was much stronger than martial artists of the same level, but he did not have much of an advantage in defense. Facing the terrifying golden sword qi, he could only retreat. You can't defend. Seeing Tu Tian retreat, Lin Xian seemed to have realized something as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he used the red lotus armor. A set of bright red armor covered his entire body, making him look like a god of war. He let out a long roar and rushed forward with the demonic sword in hand. Scram! Seeing Lin Xian approach, Tu Tian was furious. In such a critical moment, he would not let the enemy get close to him. The void trembled as the spiritual energy around him condensed into a blood-red river that surrounded him. At the same time, he condensed a spiritual energy armor to cover his entire body. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. At this moment, it was fully activated by Lin Xian and was extremely violent. The sword qi was dazzling and turned into the shape of a dragon. It was vivid and majestic. The dragon claw grabbed and immediately tore the blood-red river apart. Then, Lin Xian appeared in front of Tu Tian in a flash. The demonic sword stabbed out and attacked quickly. The terrifying power made Tu Tian's face turn ugly. You're courting death. After all, he was a second-level honorable and was powerful. Moreover, he had a spiritual-level supreme-grade artifact, so his attack was powerful. The palm strike landed on Lin Xian's chest, causing cracks to appear on his red lotus armor. Lin Xian was hit hard. His body trembled as if it was about to split open. He almost fainted. However, his long sword also slashed at Tu Tian's body. In an instant, the armor was torn apart and a terrifying sword mark was left on Tu Tian's body. Moreover, under the control of the dark red divine dragon, the 10 remnant light sword also erupted with powerful power. In the sky, countless golden sword qi surged and merged into a huge golden long sword that slashed at Tu Tian. Boom! Tu Tian was hit and flew out. Winter sword, god-slaying sword. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and attacked again. A dragon-shaped long sword appeared in front of him. This was the sword manifestation of the great dragon sword soul. With a flash of sword light, the entire space was sliced into two halves, creating a dislocation. Tu Tian's body stiffened and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How can you? He uttered a few words with difficulty. Then, a bloody mark appeared in between his eyebrows and his body collapsed. The powerful mixed yuan hand Tu Tian was killed in a single strike. Until his death, he could not believe that a brat could kill him. Moreover, he still had a lot of trump cards, but they were all useless at this moment. Lin Xian used the longevity art to heal his injuries. Then, he stepped forward and cut off Tu Tian's head. This battle seemed to be short, but it was extremely thrilling. If he was not careful, he would have lost his life. However, fortunately, he had the help of the 10 remnant light sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Tu Tian in such a short time. Chapter 737. Although Tu Tian was dead, he still had a lot of good stuff on him. For example, the storage ring, especially the pair of gloves, which were top-grade spiritual artifacts. It was because of this artifact that Tu Tian became so powerful and arrogant. After keeping the storage ring and the top-grade spiritual artifacts, Lin Xian left with Tu Tian's body. Lion Moon City, Wang family. At this time, the Wang family was in a chaotic battle. All kinds of lights shot into the sky, blood splattered, angry shouts and screams were heard. Although Tu Tian was not here, the Blood Yuan gang was still very fierce because they had the confidence. The Wang family was fighting desperately. They had a glimmer of hope because Tu Tian was lured away. Tu Tian is not here, they have a chance to fight. Attack with full force, we must rush out before Tu Tian returns. The Wang family patriarch shouted. Hee, you have no chance. The elders of the Blood Yuan gang sneered and did not forget to attack at the same time. Suddenly, a few more Wang family disciples fell to the ground. Go! The Wang family patriarch's eyes were red. Haha, kill, leave no one alive. The Blood Yuan gang sneered. However, at this time, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky like a small mountain and cracked the ground. Bang! A dull sound was heard and the whole ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned again and stopped attacking. This is... Many people looked at the deep pit on the ground and were shocked speechless. Tu Tian. Everyone in the Wang family trembled. They were too shocked that someone could kill Tu Tian and so quickly. This was simply impossible. However, it appeared in front of them now. Gang leader. How is this possible? The Blood Yuan gang's members were screaming and screaming. Although the corpse on the ground did not have a head, the figure and clothes were exactly the same as their gang leader. They had followed their gang leader for so many years, they could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. However, they could not accept this, especially the elders of the Blood Yuan gang. They were shocked. They knew Tu Tian's strength. Even if a martial artist of the same level came, they could not take him down. It could be said that Tu Tian was invincible in the entire Lion Moon City. Yet now, he was actually killed by someone. Furthermore, his head had been cut off. This was too shocking. The ordinary disciples of the Blood Yuan gang were trembling in fear. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground like wooden chickens. No, it's not the leader. An elder of the Blood Yuan gang raised his head and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Come out! Trying to deceive us with a corpse. It's useless." That's right. Our gang leader's battle prowess is unparalleled. How could he have died? This must be fake. Several elders shouted angrily. They couldn't admit it, otherwise, the entire Blood Yuan gang would be defeated. Fake. don't deceive yourself. Lin Xian's figure appeared. You still don't know if it's Tu Tian's corpse. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. He flipped his palm, and a bloody head appeared, floating in the void. That was Tu Tian's head. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Gang leader. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang saw this scene and suddenly screamed. Those elders also trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the gang leader was really dead, and there was no way to hide this news. But, who killed the gang leader? Could it be this kid in front of them? Everyone couldn't believe it. Don't be impulsive. There may be experts secretly following him. It seems that this operation to kill the Wang family is impossible. Let's retreat. Several elders discussed. Kid, how dare you kill our gang leader? The Blood Yuan gang will not let you go. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll die. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered and condensed into a light sword that was hundreds of meters long. The light sword slashed down, and it was incomparably sharp. Suddenly, the two threatening elders were cut into blood mist. What? Everyone was stunned. This was too powerful. He could kill a venerable with just a raise of his hand. Who is he? He's so powerful. Everyone in the Wang family was excited. But the members of the Blood Yuan gang were terrified as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Many ordinary disciples even sat on the ground. The remaining elders were even more frightened and didn't dare to move. The two people who died just now were on the same level as them, but they were killed with just one slash. That scene was too terrifying. They would never forget it. Could it be that this young man really killed the gang leader? Thinking of this situation, they suddenly felt their scalp tingle and didn't want to stay any longer. This is a misunderstanding. We'll go now. Several elders waved their hands and took the lead to leave. The ordinary members also quickly left like stray dogs. We won, we survived. We didn't get killed. The surviving members of the Wang family couldn't believe it. The situation where they were going to die was easily solved by a young man. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Great, we can finally live. Everyone was very excited. Benefactor. Wang Shi looked at the sky and cried excitedly. This cry woke everyone in the Wang family. The next moment, everyone looked at the sky. Because the young man in the sky was their savior. Lin Xian nodded slightly and floated down. Thank you, benefactor, for saving the Wang family. The Wang family will never forget your kindness. The Wang family leader was grateful. After that, everyone in the Wang family said in unison, Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. They were indeed grateful because they had originally been sentenced to death and would have died without a doubt. However, at this moment, they had survived. All of this was because of Lin Xian's existence. Lin Xian rubbed Wang Shi's head and said to everyone, The dead can't be revived. My condolences. How should we address benefactor? Which sect are you from? In the future, our Wang family can repay your kindness. An elder of the Wang family asked. This is Lin Xian, big brother Lin from the Immortal Martial Academy. Wang Shi explained. There's no need to repay my kindness. But you guys should be more careful in the future. After that, Lin Xian turned and was about to leave. Benefactor Lin. The Wang family leader suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped. He turned and asked, Is there anything else? The Wang family leader was struggling as if he was making a decision. After that, he sighed and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Our Wong family is willing to submit to Benefactor Lin. Please protect our Wong family. Everyone in the Wong family was stunned. After that, they came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian with hope. Benefactor Lin, please agree. Everyone said in unison. Although Lin Xian helped them resolve the crisis, it didn't mean that the Blood Yuan gang wouldn't make a comeback in the future. At that time, without Lin Xian's help, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Moreover, this incident made their hearts turn cold. Those powers that they were on good terms with didn't help them at the crucial moment. If that was the case, they might as well find a strong backer to protect their lives. Lin Xian came from the Immortal Martial Academy. His strength, identity, and background were all very strong. Moreover, he saved Wang Shi without knowing him. This showed that he was a kind person and not an evil person. Chapter 738. Are you really willing to join me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes. The Wang family head said respectfully, our Wang family is an alchemy family. I think we should be able to help you. Alchemy. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was building a force and would recruit more and more members. Alchemy was an essential cultivation resource. Although he was also an alchemist, it was impossible for him to refine so many alchemy pills by himself. Moreover, he did not have the spare time. Now that there was an alchemy family submitting to him, it could not be better. Since you are willing to join, I have no reason to refuse. Lin Xian said, but there is one thing that I want to make clear in advance. Once you join me, you cannot betray me. This is my bottom line. If you dare to betray me after joining, I guarantee that you will end up worse than the Blood Yuan gang. After saying that, Lin Xian's body emitted a sharp aura, like a peerless killing sword, hanging above everyone's head. The patriarch of the Wang clan and the elders shuddered as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Too strong, so strong that they could not resist. At the same time, they were overjoyed. With such an expert protecting them, their Wang family would be safe in the future. Now, I will give you one last choice. Are you willing to join? Don't worry, benefactor. Our Wang family is not ungrateful. Since we are willing to join, we will never betray you. Good. Lin Xian nodded. From today onwards, the Wang family of Lion Moon City belongs to the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the future, your safety will be protected by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Dragon Sword Pavilion. Everyone in the Wang family murmured. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The Wang family head said respectfully. The others also respectfully congratulated him. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the dark red divine dragon, asking it to set up a defensive array in the Wang family. He then went to Sky Pool City and brought Yu Fei over. Originally, he wanted Yu Fei to develop in Sky Pool City, but now he had a better choice. It was better to develop in Lion Moon City. The next day, Lin Xian came back with Yu Fei. Boss, is this the clan you've just subdued? Yu Fei looked down at the Wang family's residence with a face full of surprise. You will stay here in the future and develop together with the Wang family. Soon, Lin Xian brought Yu Fei to meet the Wang family patriarch and several elders. Lin Xian left behind a few pill recipes for the Wang family to refine. The Wang family head and several elders were shocked when they saw this. Most of the pills recorded in this pill formula were related to cultivation, and their effects were extremely shocking. Compared to the pill formulas in their hands, who knew how many times better? The few of them looked at each other in shock. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to casually take out such an exquisite pill formula. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed like their Wang family had made the right bet this time, 100 bottles of each of the pills listed here. I will send someone to collect them in half a month. As for the other pills, you can give them to the family disciples or sell them outside, Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Wang family head and several elders were excited. With such pills in their hands, their Wang family's strength would definitely rise by a level. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission. The Wang family head said. And that's all for now. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is also in the early stages of development. When it matures in the future, I will send someone to assist you. Strive to make you the #1 clan in Lion Moon City as soon as possible. #1 clan. The Wang family head and the rest breathed heavily. They didn't even dare to think about this before. After all, although their Wang family was also a big family, they couldn't even be ranked in the top 3. But now, Lin Xian actually promised them to become the #1 clan. How could they not be excited? They didn't doubt it at all. After all, Lin Xian had given them too much shock. Also, that Yu Fei that I brought, you guys make good arrangements. Pavilion Master, don't worry. We understand. Then, after making some arrangements, Lin Xian left with the dark red divine dragon. Flying all the way, Lin Xian finally returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. After killing 2 Tian, he would be able to obtain 27,000 spiritual value points, which could be exchanged for the little spirit pill. At that time, he would be able to break through to the half-step honorable realm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickened his pace. What? You completed it. In the mission hall, a cry of surprise sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. 2 Tian's head, it's really 2 Tian. You completed a 3-star mission. The deacon in charge of the mission was shocked. He didn't expect that the youth in front of him could really complete such an impossible mission. One had to know that many outstanding disciples had taken on this mission, but they never returned. Previously, he had reminded Lin Xian, but the other party insisted on taking it, so he didn't care. But he didn't expect that the other party would really complete it. A 3-star mission. When the surrounding students heard this, they were also shocked. A 3-star mission was extremely difficult. Normally, only those at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm and above would dare to accept it. However, a new student actually dared to accept such a mission and even succeeded. Under the stunned, shocked, and envious gazes of the group, Lin Xian obtained 27,000 spiritual value points. Then, he left the mission hall. Next, he would go to the True Spirit Hall. Only there could he exchange for the little spirit pill. Lin Xian had been to the True Spirit Hall once, so he was familiar with the place. However, on the way, he happened to meet Murong Qingqing. You're back. Murong Qingqing was surprised. How was the mission? I've completed it, and I've gained a lot. Lin Xian smiled. This decapitation operation was indeed not bad. Not only did he obtain spiritual value points, he also unexpectedly obtained a pair of top-grade spirit rank gloves. Most importantly, he had subdued an alchemy family. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. From the looks of it, you must have obtained something good. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. You're really surprising. You can even complete a 3-star mission so easily. Luck. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are we going to the True Spirit Hole? Let's go together. The two of them walked side by side towards the True Spirit Hole. Although he had said it once, Lin Xian still felt shocked when he saw the True Spirit Hall again. It was magnificent and incomparably mysterious. It was as if an immortal palace had descended into the mortal world. This was a huge hall that was a few hundred feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that one could only look up at. At the entrance of the hall, countless students were entering and exiting. It was extremely busy. Let's go. Lin Xian was excited as he took the lead. Murong Qingqing quickly followed. The two of them quickly walked towards the True Spirit Hall. There were many disciples coming and going from the True Spirit Hall every day. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to anything else. However, it was different this time. The nearby disciples all stopped and looked in the same direction. Two figures could be seen there. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Of course, these gazes were all looking at Murong Qingqing. There was nothing they could do. Murong Qingqing was too beautiful. She was like a peerless fairy, ethereal and elegant. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously attracted by the wine cup. Chapter 739. Murong Qingqing's appearance caused quite a stir. Many people's eyes flickered, and their faces were filled with amazement. There's another person beside her. His cultivation is very weak. He hasn't reached the venerable realm yet. Such a person doesn't deserve to stand beside the fairy. On the spot, a few self-righteous guys sneered and quickly walked over. Beautiful lady, are you a new student? Do you want me to show you around? No need. Murong Qingqing refused. Wu Ming's face stiffened after being rejected by the beauty. This result made him feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was next to him, chuckled softly. This sound ignited a fuse, causing the surrounding people to laugh. Damn it, kid, what are you laughing at? Wu Ming was furious when he saw that a new student who hadn't even reached the venerable realm dared to laugh at him. I'm laughing at you. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, the surrounding students laughed even more cheerfully. Murong Qingqing also chuckled, then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then understood. He said that you were laughing at my ass, but the other party was laughing at him, which meant that he was a fart. Wu Ming's face turned as black as charcoal when he understood this. Kid, you're courting death. Wu Ming shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. This damn kid had embarrassed him in front of his goddess. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored this idiot. Instead, he pulled Murong Qingqing and walked toward the True Spirit Hall. You want to leave? Stay here. Wu Ming sneered. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. In the void, a sharp claw that was 10 feet long appeared. It was like a ferocious beast's claw with scales on it. As soon as the claw appeared, it instantly tore the void and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian's face darkened. He pointed his finger, and a sword light pierced through the void. Crack. Puff. The terrifying beast claw shattered, and Wu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his hand and retreated, his face filled with shock. As for Lin Xian, he left without looking back. Everyone was stunned because they saw blood dripping from Wu Ming's palm, forming a line of blood. Damned brat, just you wait. Wu Ming took a deep look at Lin Xian, memorizing his appearance, and then left angrily. Lin Xian didn't care about injuring Wu Ming with a single finger. He and Murong Qingqing quickly arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Let go. Murong Qingqing blushed and pouted coquettishly. Ah. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was still holding her hand. It's a special situation. Those flies are too annoying. I'm doing this for your own good. After saying that, he reluctantly let go of Murong Qingqing's soft hand. She was a genius with a peerless figure. Lin Xian was a normal man, and it was impossible for him not to be tempted. However, he was well aware of the difference in their statuses, so he didn't think too much about it. Ha! Murong Qingchen snorted lightly, but that strange feeling still made her blush slightly. In all her life, other than her father, no one of the opposite sex dared to hold her hand. Damn it, what am I thinking? Murong Qingchen shook her head. I just want to win this guy over. That must be it. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Instead, she quickly looked around. That's... Murong Qingchen exclaimed. She saw a special crystal space above the True Spirit Palace, and there was a fist-sized drop of scarlet blood that was constantly surging. If one sensed it carefully, they would feel a soul-shaking pressure coming from the blood. That's dragon blood. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he could naturally feel the dragon's might contained within the blood. The dark red dragon in the demonic beast pouch was so excited that it almost flew out. Fortunately, Lin Xian caught it and quickly transmitted his voice. Ruffian dragon, are you looking for death? There are countless experts here, and there might even be kings. Aren't you afraid of being captured and drained of your blood? Don't worry, since I've seen dragon blood, I'll get it for you sooner or later. Lin Xian comforted it. Hearing this, the dark red dragon stopped moving. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and walked towards the mysterious jade platform. There, an old man was squinting his eyes and enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Elder, I want to exchange for a small spirit pill. Lin Xian said softly. Hearing this, the elder impatiently snorted and waved his sleeve, causing a green jade box to fly out. At the same time, 20,000 spiritual value points were deducted from Lin Xian's spirit tablet. It was obvious that the old man was annoyed by Lin Xian's interruption. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body stiffened. That blazing gaze almost made his blood boil. He held his breath, and at the same time, the dark red dragon in the demonic beast pouch used a concealing array to completely isolate its aura. Was it just my imagination? Did I just feel a trace of dragon's might? The old man shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Elder, I also want to exchange for something, Murong Qingchen said. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes again, but when he saw Murong Qingchen, he immediately grinned. So it's the little girl from the Murong family. What do you want to exchange for? Seeing that smile, Lin Xian muttered in his heart, so the old gang's trash isn't anything good after all. Exchange for the heavenly cloud Ganoderma. Very quickly, Murong Qingchen obtained a palm-sized pure white Ganoderma. At the same time, 30,000 spiritual value points were deducted from her. When Lin Xian saw the heavenly cloud Ganoderma, he also took a deep breath. As expected of the immortal martial academy, thousand-year-old spirit herbs could be seen everywhere. What do you want the heavenly cloud Ganoderma for? Lin Xian asked. I can refine it myself. Murong Qingchen said. You know how to refine pills? No, don't you know how to refine pills? Why wouldn't I use such good free labor? Murong Qingchen covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Xian, all right, you two little dolls don't flirt here. This old man still needs to sleep. The elder sighed. Hearing this, Murong Qingchen blushed. Lin Xian wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought of something and put down his hand. Sorry to disturb elder's cultivation. This junior will take his leave. Lin Xian and Murong Qingchen turned and left. What did you want to say just now? Murong Qingchen asked. Nothing, what kind of pill do you want to refine? Lin Xian shook his head and asked. 3-day origin pill, a pill that can raise the cultivation of an honorable realm expert. Murong Qingqing said, I haven't gathered all the ingredients yet. After I gather them, you have to help me refine the pill. Okay. Lin Xian agreed. The two of them talked as they walked and soon returned to the courtyard. This is a pair of gloves that I got outside. Didn't you choose the falling flower sword palm last time? I think it should be useful. Chapter 740. A top-grade spirit rank artifact. Murong Qingqing looked at the purple gold fist glove in her hand and was slightly surprised. Then, she snorted, isn't it just giving a glove? Is there a need to be so shy? Although she snorted, there was an unconcealable smile in her eyes. Holding that pair of gloves that were shining with a purple gold light in her arms, Murong Qingqing walked into the courtyard happily. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and casually set up a defensive formation. Then, he took out the jade pill box. With a flick of his finger, he opened the pill box. Then, a ball of fragrance rose, forming a pill fragrance that could be seen with the naked eye. Inhale. Lin Xian took a deep breath and inhaled the pill fragrance into his body. He immediately let out a low cry of comfort. That feeling was too good, as if all the fatigue in his body was gone. As expected of a pill worth 20,000 spiritual value points, the effect was extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. According to his estimation, this little spirit pill was at least a 5th-grade pill, and it was a top-grade pill among the 5th-grade pills. Lin Xian did not consume it immediately. Instead, he adjusted his condition to its peak. Then, he consumed the little spirit pill. Immediately, a huge wave of spirit energy spread out, as if an endless tide of souls was attacking his body. Longevity Art. Lin Xian channeled all his strength to break through to the half-step venerable realm. 2 hours later, there was a sudden change above Lin Xian's courtyard. Wind and clouds surged. Countless spirit energy gathered there, forming a huge vortex of spirit energy that spun rapidly. The nearby students all saw this scene, and many of them raised their heads to look. When Wang Li, the 3 Hao brothers, and the others saw this, they quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Did he break through? In the courtyard not far away, Shaoli looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. I wonder what strength that guy will reach after breaking through. 2nd level Venerable Realm. Shaoli whispered. He had fought with Lin Xian before and had witnessed Lin Xian's strange and powerful strength. Back then, when he was in the Limit Realm, his strength was already comparable to a 2nd level Venerable Realm cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the half-step Venerable Realm, he was probably even stronger. This guy, I really want to fight with him. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, Shen Yaotian looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Humph, I'll let you be smug for a while longer. Once I achieve the 2nd layer Martial Highness Realm, it will be your death date. Lin Xian's breakthrough attracted the attention of many people, but the process was very short. Soon, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Then, a powerful surge of energy gushed out from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the sky. It was Lin Xian. Boss! Wang Li, the 3 Hao brothers, and the others shouted excitedly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to go down, a shocking saber light slashed down, covering half the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, everyone below trembled, feeling as if their bodies were being split apart. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a long roar and also slashed out a large sword light. When the saber and sword collided, cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying sound of metal shook the surroundings, causing countless people to turn pale. How terrifying! Everyone's hearts trembled as they continuously retreated. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. Just who was this person that could actually contend with their boss? Murong Qingqing's white robe fluttered in the wind as she looked up with a smile on her face. Haha, Shaoli, it seems like your strength has improved. Lin Xian's laughter rang out. I still have things to do today. I'll definitely fight with you another day. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent a violent energy storm into the sky. Anytime. Shaoli replied. Lin Xian landed in the courtyard and said to Wang Li and the others, come in. Then, Wang Li and the other 11 people entered the courtyard. How are the spiritual herbs I asked you to collect? Lin Xian asked. They're all collected. Wang Li and the others said excitedly. This was related to their elixirs, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Take them all out. Lin Xian smiled. I'll refine some elixirs for you and then return to the Blazing Mountain. 10 days later, if I don't return, Wang Li, send 2 people to Lion Moon City's Wang family to get the elixirs. Say my name and they'll tell you what to do. Alright, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days. Yes, boss. Wang Li and the others left. Lin Xian collected the spiritual herbs on the ground and began to refine elixirs. Lin Xian's elixir refining skills had not fallen behind. Moreover, as his soul power continued to strengthen, he could now easily refine 5th-grade elixirs. If he could enter the honorable realm, he would be able to refine 6th-grade elixirs. In 3 days, Lin Xian refined 3 types of elixirs, all of which were used to improve cultivation. After handing these elixirs to Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian said, take these elixirs first and work hard to improve your cultivation. During this period of time, I won't be here, so listen to Wang Li. Wang Li, I'll leave these people to you. You must ensure their safety and don't cause trouble. If there's anything, wait for me to return. Yes, Brother Xian, don't worry. Wang Li said. After Lin Xian gave these instructions, he immediately left. Not long after Lin Xian left, Murong Qingqing also left. She seemed to have accepted submission. Half a day after they left, a figure quickly arrived at the new student area. It was a young man wearing a navy blue robe. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was terrifying, like a flood or a beast. Who is Lin Xian? Get out here. The terrifying voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, countless new students raised their heads and looked up in horror. Wang Li and the others also came out of seclusion and raised their heads with gloomy expressions. In the sky, the young man stood on a black cloud and looked around coldly like a demon king. Weren't you very arrogant at the Spirit Tower? You actually dared to beat up Greedy Wolf's people. Now you're scared. Why don't you dare to come out? Hearing this, the people below understood that Greedy Wolf's people had come to find them. However, Lin Xian went out in the morning and wasn't here. Many people saw Lin Xian turn into a sword light and disappear into the sky early in the morning. Don't insult Brother Xian. The 3 Hao brothers were jealous and rushed forward. Stop, don't be rash. Wang Li also rushed out and stopped those people. Then, he said in a deep voice, Brother Xian went out and isn't here. If there's anything, you can talk about it later. Although the other party's words made them angry, Lin Xian had told them to be careful before he left. Safety first. Moreover, the other party was a senior and a member of Greedy Wolf. He must be very powerful. If they attacked now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. For safety reasons, Wang Li stopped everyone. He left. I think he ran away. The man in the green robe sneered. I thought there was a genius among the new students. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Kid, as a new student, you must have the awareness of a new student. In this academy, you are the lowest existence. You have no right to be arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the new students below turned ugly. The man in the green robe was no longer talking about Lin Xian. Chapter 741. Fuck your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll kill you. Hao De shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber on his back and slashed down. Buzz! The dazzling saber light was like a silver river, rolling towards the man in green. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The man in green sneered and punched out. This punch was not infused with spiritual energy, but purely the strength of his physical body. It was like a raging dragon that roared out. In the next moment, the dazzling saber light shattered into countless pieces. However, the fist did not stop and continued to rush towards Hao De. Not good, retreat. Wang Li shouted. The fact that the opponent could shatter Hao De's attack with one punch meant that their strength was not on the same level. If this continued, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. He quickly rose into the air and threw out a small yellow shield with a wave of his hand. The small yellow shield was only the size of a palm at first, but it quickly grew in size as it flew. In the end, it was like a house, blocking in front of Hao De. It was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Earth Armor Shield. Boom! The terrifying fist landed on the yellow shield with a roar. It was like a mountain smashing down mercilessly. The terrifying force caused the entire void to boil. Although the Earth Armor Shield was not broken, it flew out and hit Hao De, causing him to retreat. Puff! Hao De was hit. His arms were numb and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, this punch would have caused him serious injuries. Humph, although you're a senior, don't you think it's too much to bully freshmen in public? Wang Li said coldly as he supported Hao De and put away the Earth Armor Shield. The others also rushed over and gathered together, staring at the sky. What, you don't agree? The man in green sneered. Freshmen should act like freshmen. As a senior, I naturally have the obligation to educate you. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, he punched again. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain, quickly falling down. This punch enveloped Wang Li and the others. It could be said that it was extremely arrogant. Humph! You've gone too far. Wang Li and the others' faces turned ugly. Although they were freshmen, they were still geniuses. They were very proud. Now that the man in green was so aggressive, they could not hold back. Go! Kill him! Hao De roared, and Hao Air and Hao Sen immediately responded. The three brothers attacked together, unleashing a terrifying attack that blasted upwards. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came out, and the rolling spiritual energy was like a wave that slapped in all directions. The three Hao brothers were in a sorry state. They kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. In the sky, the two attacks disappeared and turned into howling gales. To be able to block my punch, you have some ability. The green-robed man sneered. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that punch. Next, I will use 50% of my strength. Let's see how you can block it. What? 30% of my strength. Below them, the new students were shocked. 30% of his strength was enough to make the three Hao brothers retreat. After all, they were first-rank venerables. He was actually no match for the green-robed man's fist. It would appear that the cyan-robed man's strength had most definitely reached the second heavenly layer of exalted realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. 30% of your strength. Is it that awesome? A few people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted, "If you have the ability, go fight for the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard." What kind of ability is it to bully a new student here? That's right, Brother Xian isn't here. Otherwise, I would have killed you with a single strike. You only took advantage of Brother Xian's absence to rush over. Why didn't you come a few days ago? You probably didn't dare. The few of them were extremely angry as they mocked and ridiculed. They couldn't beat him, so how could they not beat him? I'm afraid of him. The green-robed man laughed. I think water has entered your brains. You actually believe that Lin Xian so much. Let me tell you, I'm a second-rank venerable. That Lin Xian of yours, I can kill him with a single finger. This time, he ran fast, but you guys won't be so lucky. The green-robed man emitted a terrifying aura. You dare to offend the greedy wolf gang. Do you think I will let you off? What are you being arrogant for? Isn't it just a few years of cultivation? How sneered. If I were your age, I would have killed you with a single slap. Although we are new students, the Dragon Sword Pavilion is not to be bullied by anyone. Wang Li said in a deep voice. If you want to fight, we will accompany you. All members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, prepare to attack. With that order, the 11 of them roared angrily and unleashed their powerful auras. The spiritual energy on their bodies was like divine flames as they jumped about. Everyone attacked together, and their momentum was extremely terrifying. In the sky, the green-robed man frowned. Although he was a second-rank venerable, the other party could not be underestimated. Moreover, the 11 of them had joined forces. Among them, 5 were first-rank venerables and 6 were half-step venerables. When these warriors gathered together, they were definitely a powerful force. Even he might not be able to completely take them on. It's not that easy to fight with your lives on the line. For the next few days, I will let you guys live in fear. The green-robed man sneered, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Looking at the green-robed man who left, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the other party was a second-rank venerable and a member of the greedy wolf gang. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Fortunately, the other party wasn't confident, or else he wouldn't have left. Before Brother Xian returns, let's not split up. Wang Li said, otherwise, we will be defeated one by one. What greedy wolf gang. When Brother Xian returns, they will be nothing. The few of them cursed and then entered the courtyard. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about the greedy wolf gang's provocation. He had already arrived near the blazing mountain. A fiery red mountain stood in the distance, exuding a monstrous heat that warped the space around it. Scarlet lava flowed like the blood of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the legendary flaming mountain and exclaimed. Judging from the energy waves that were being emitted, this place was extremely dangerous. Even if a supremacy was here, he would not be able to survive. However, it was really a good place to cultivate. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then his body swayed and flew towards the blazing mountain. The closer he got to the blazing mountain, the hotter the air became. Following that, there was a dense and majestic spiritual energy. There should be a fire attribute spiritual vein below. The dark red divine dragon also flew out and looked down. I didn't expect there to be such a place. I can use this chance to break through. It let out a howl of excitement. Then let's go. Lin Xian shouted, then increased his speed. A man and a dragon quickly rushed towards the blazing mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Lin Xian landed on the blazing mountain, the heat in the sky pounced on him like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the red stone under his feet was boiling hot, as if it could melt everything. Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy, forming a sharp halo that covered his body. The light shield formed by spiritual energy made contact with the ground, making a sizzling sound. Chapter 742. The blazing mountain was filled with terrifying heat waves. Cultivators below the honorable realm couldn't survive here. Boom! Suddenly, the red stone beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked and a red pillar of light shot out, bringing with it countless heat waves. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away in an instant. In the next moment, the place where he was standing was covered by molten lava. Blazing molten lava bubbles rolled and cracked, looking extremely ferocious. How dangerous! Lin Xian's heart still had lingering fear. Even an honorable realm expert wouldn't feel good if they encountered that molten lava. Bang! In the distance, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Endless flames surged out, forming numerous fire crows that flew into the sky. Then, a figure rushed up and engaged in a great battle. There's someone else. Lin Xian looked at the battle in the distance and was slightly surprised. Looks like it should be the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. There are so many fierce people here. Lin Xian exclaimed. He originally thought that he was the only one who was willing to come to such a damned place. Now, it seemed that there were many powerful cultivators here. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the blazing mountain. Finding a place with denser spiritual energy, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation and began to cultivate. The blazing mountain was huge. Lin Xian's current location was still in the periphery, but the spiritual energy there was already very dense. Moreover, the main reason was that the heat in front of him had doubled. Unless he used the red lotus armor, he wouldn't dare to go forward. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to cultivate on the spot and wait for his cultivation to increase before heading into the depths. The dark red divine dragon didn't stay with Lin Xian. Instead, it found a place to cultivate by itself. The snow-white monkey carried the treasure plate and began to search for spiritual fruits in the surroundings. Lin Xian didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he focused on sensing the fire attribute around him. He had already comprehended the concept of fire and reached the small success stage. Now, he wanted to use this place to break through to the great perfection stage. As if sensing Lin Xian's concept of fire, the surrounding flames all jumped as if they were activated. Wang! Countless flames gathered, forming a flaming demon monkey. It was over a meter tall, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious eyes stared at Lin Xian. This is... Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to appear here. Roar! The flaming demon monkey roared and grabbed at Lin Xian. With a flash of fire, the flaming demon monkey arrived before Lin Xian. It waved its sharp claws and countless flames roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His palm was also covered in a layer of flames as he slammed it towards the flaming demon monkey. The two collided with each other, emitting a sizzling sound. In the next moment, the flaming demon monkey melted under Lin Xian's palm, turning into a clump of dark red flames the size of a fingernail. It quickly entered Lin Xian's body. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that after the flames entered his body, they did not go berserk. Instead, they turned into the purest form of energy. At the same time, he felt that his concept of fire was much stronger than before. He was able to use flames more easily. Could it be a flame essence? Lin Xian knew that in some special places, the energy between heaven and earth would give birth to spirituality. It also contained a pure and mystical power. The flaming demon monkey from before was probably a type of flame essence. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. If he encountered more flame essences, he would be able to quickly cultivate his concept of fire to the great circle. However, flame essences were very rare. Besides the flaming demon monkey that he encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian did not see anything else. In this way, Lin Xian comprehended the concept of fire while cultivating and improving his cultivation. Boom! The surrounding fire attribute was activated, forming countless flames that rushed towards Lin Xian. This was the result of Lin Xian using the longevity art to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Xian opened his defense and resisted with all his strength. Boom boom boom, those violent flames hit Lin Xian's body, causing his body to sway. His face was slightly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and used the longevity art. In an instant, those flames turned into the purest spiritual energy and drilled into Lin Xian's body. With the use of the longevity art, the spiritual energy in his body rotated according to a specific path and became his spiritual energy. With the increase of the flame's spiritual energy, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual energy in his body was more solid and stronger than before. As expected of the flaming mountain. It can improve so much in such a short time. Lin Xian was happy and crazily used the longevity art. At the same time, he took out some ordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs from his storage ring and took some spiritual pills and spiritual wine. This time, he must break through to the honorable realm. Soon, Lin Xian took out a crimson fruit. There were dark patterns on the fruit. This was 1,000-year-old spiritual fire, the flaming fruit. He obtained it in the lost place. In the next moment, he ate the flaming fruit. The flaming fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a ball of pure energy that flowed into his body. At the same time, there was a wave of heat. Boom! The 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit contained a huge amount of energy. At this moment, it was completely activated in Lin Xian's body and spread out like a wave of fire. At the same time, more flames collided with the outside world. Those flames no longer existed alone, but formed a cluster and stabbed at Lin Xian like a flaming fork. Countless fire attribute spiritual energy crazily bombarded Lin Xian's body. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Xian's body. The spiritual energy combined with the energy of the flaming fruit to form an even stronger energy attack. It's not enough. Lin Xian shouted. If he wanted to break through in one go, he needed more energy. Great Dragon Sword Soul, transform. In the next moment, a sword aura appeared above his head and turned into a ferocious dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and formed a powerful devouring force that began to devour the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful, and the devouring force it formed at this moment was even more powerful. Countless flames gathered and formed a sea of fire that pounced at Lin Xian. More than half of the sky was dyed red. The sea of fire covered the sky and enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. This terrifying scene attracted the attention of the other cultivators in the flaming mountain. Many people raised their heads and looked at the fiery red sky in the distance. Who is it that caused such a huge commotion? Many people's eyes narrowed. This terrifying sea of fire was not something they could contend against. One had to know that the flaming mountain was extremely dangerous. The flames here were not ordinary flames, but had spirituality. They were much more ferocious than the flames outside. Under normal circumstances, martial artists below the Venerable Realm would not dare to enter. Even Venerable Realm powerhouses would not dare to attract so many flames at once. This was obviously playing with fire. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by thousands of flames. The terrifying heat melted his clothes, revealing his robust body. Chapter 743. Lin Xian engraved the pattern of the red lotus armor on his body, forming a solid defense to resist the terrifying flames. It was because of this defense that he dared to absorb so much at once. The spiritual fire of the flaming mountain combined with the thousand-year-old flaming fruit to form a powerful spiritual energy that attacked Lin Xian's meridians. Go all out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and crazily circulated the longevity art. The process was very slow and lasted for 5 days. After all, it was not that easy to break through to the honorable realm. After 5 days, he had gathered enough spiritual energy and his body overflowed with flames that kept jumping. It's about time. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body, Lin Xian decided to start breaking through to the honorable realm. In the honorable realm, it was no longer a Qi Si but a martial soul. The martial soul was the source of the honorable realm's power. Lin Xian had already condensed his martial soul and gathered a lot of energy. He already had the possibility of breaking through to the honorable realm. In his body, the dragon sword soul coiled up and formed a mini dragon. He roared at the sky and sucked a lot of spiritual energy into his body. Buzz! A low sound was heard like thunder. A huge aura overflowed as if a peerless beast had awakened. The dragon sword soul flickered and kept absorbing the spiritual energy around it. It became brighter and gradually solidified from its original illusory appearance. Lin Xian knew that the dragon sword soul was awakening. When it fully awakened, it would enter the honorable realm. However, the dragon sword soul was too powerful. It was like a bottomless pit that crazily devoured spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was depleted. However, Lin Xian was well prepared this time. He could not afford to fail. He swallowed another 1000-year-old spiritual fruit and quickly absorbed the surrounding fire attribute's spiritual energy. Roar! The dragon sword soul trembled and the light on its body became brighter and brighter. Its body was also slowly growing. In the end, it roared and raised its head high. Boom! Lin Xian's body shook. He felt an inexplicable change in his body. It was as if his entire body had been sublimated. I broke through. He was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if his body had endless power. Furthermore, he discovered that his control over the great dragon sword soul had become even more proficient. It was as if the two had merged into one. With a flash, Lin Xian charged into the sky. Endless light bloomed from his body, forming a light dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. This feeling was too wonderful. What is that, a dragon? On the flaming mountain, many people raised their heads in shock. The power just now was too overwhelming, and the entire flaming mountain could feel it. They originally wanted to see what kind of person could actually cause such a big commotion. However, before they could move, a dragon's roar appeared in the sky. Could it really be a dragon? Many people were excited. This kind of thing that only existed in legends, they didn't expect it to really exist. Impossible, that's not a dragon, but some kind of powerful martial skill. An expert looked at the sky and said, "How could a divine beast like a dragon appear here?" Quite a few people shook their heads. They knew that it was impossible for a dragon to appear on the martial heaven continent. However, in the next moment, they were stunned once again. The reason for that was because, not long after that light dragon silhouette appeared, another dragon roar sounded. Following that, an even larger body appeared in the sky. This time, it was no longer a silhouette, but a real body. Those sinisterly flickering scales bloomed with a cold light in the air, and a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 744. Could it be related to the two dragons that appeared? Everyone was puzzled. Impossible. Judging from this aura, he's only breaking through to the venerable realm. Someone said disdainfully. Suddenly, that person's expression froze as if he had thought of something. Someone below the venerable realm is actually fine here. How is that possible? Hearing that, many cultivators gasped. They were all venerable realm cultivators and naturally knew how terrifying this place was. Cultivators below the venerable realm had no chance of surviving here. However, someone had broken through here, and his cultivation hadn't even reached the venerable realm before. This was too shocking. Maybe he's not alone. He might have an expert accompanying him. Yes, that must be it. The cultivators became more and more certain of their thoughts. Then, they discussed for a while and finally left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the belly of the mountain of flames, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the concept of fire. Not long ago, he encountered another flame spirit and obtained a lot of benefits after killing it. Now, he was even closer to the great perfection realm. Perhaps he would succeed with another flame spirit. Lin Xian was excited. It was as if the heavens were helping him. Not long after, the surrounding flames burned brightly and jumped, condensing into a giant lava beast. A scorching and powerful aura surged out and swept in all directions as if the god of fire had appeared. That aura was stronger than that of an ordinary second-level venerable. It's here. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man with countless cracks on his body. Countless flames emerged from those cracks and enveloped his entire body. In his eye sockets, there were 2 orange-red flames jumping, showing a trace of the aura of a soul. Very strong. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate it. The strength displayed by the other party was at least that of a second-level venerable. It was definitely incomparably powerful. His figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward quickly. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of the lava giant. He clenched his fist and flames danced around him, condensing into a flame sword in his hand. Whoosh! The sword slashed down, and a blazing sword light rushed out. It was dazzling like a sea of fire. This sword was extremely violent, like a fire dragon that lowered its head and bit down. Roar! The lava giant roared in anger. It clenched its rock-like palm and suddenly blasted it out. Terrifying energy surged out like a volcanic eruption, causing everything in the surroundings to collapse. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, tearing apart the ground in front of them and causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Both of them took a step back and quickly removed the force from their bodies. This attack was actually evenly matched. But very quickly, the magma beast attacked again. He pounded the ground with his large hands, shattering it. Then, with a roar, the flames on his body became even more dazzling, making him look like a fireball. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The giant lava beast's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, its defense was extremely strong. His sword strike just now had actually failed to cut it apart. He snorted coldly and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to form another flaming sword. This time, the fiery light that filled the sky condensed, forming a crimson divine sword that was 3 feet long. There were crimson markings on it, and it was extremely mysterious. Sword of Summer, scorching sun in the sky. Lin Xian raised his sword high and chopped down with all his might. In the sky, the crimson sword erupted like a golden sun, incomparably dazzling. The light contained a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable, easily tearing apart the void. The magma beast felt danger and roared uneasily. Flames flickered all over his body, and he turned into a volcano and rushed over. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked. Even a second-level honorable would not dare to easily resist such power. Destroy. In the sky, the golden sun-like sword fell, destroying everything and instantly striking the magma beast. Caw! Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and the magma beast's body stiffened. The rocks on his body kept falling off, and finally turned into a pile of rubble. In the pile of rubble, there was a fist-sized orange-red flame that kept on pulsing. Flame essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he sucked the flame essence into his hand and began to absorb it. The flame essence this time was very powerful, more powerful than the previous two combined. In addition to Lin Xian's superb perception and rich experience, his concept of fire had finally reached perfection after a day. This time, Lin Xian's feeling towards the flaming mountain had changed. It was no longer the kind of rejection, but an unusual feeling of closeness. He knew that this was because his concept of fire had reached perfection. If he could condense a fire's soul, then his fusion with flames would be even greater. At that time, all the flames in the world would be at his disposal. Hey, it's you. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Lin Xian looked back and saw a fiery red figure floating over from behind. Dongfang Feng Huang. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect to meet her here. However, he soon understood. She was a fire attribute genius, and it was most suitable for her to cultivate here. You, what are you doing here? Dongfang Feng Huang stared at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Of course I'm here to cultivate. What else can I do? Lin Xian shrugged. Cultivate. Dongfang Feng Huang sneered. You have the leisure to do so. Your dragon sword pavilion is about to be destroyed, and you're still leisurely cultivating here. I really don't know if there's water in your brain. What did you say? Lin Xian's expression changed. You don't know. This time, it was Dongfang Feng Huang's turn to be surprised. She snorted. These days, the greedy wolf's people have been looking for trouble with you every day. Your friends have been bullied very badly. The outside world said that you didn't dare to fight and ran away. I didn't expect you to not know. Greedy wolf. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would be in trouble just a few days after he left. You'd better go take a look. Otherwise, your friends will be in trouble. Dongfang Feng Huang said. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his hands, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This guy runs pretty fast. Dongfang Feng Huang curled her lips, then looked stunned. No, this kid's cultivation. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. When she first saw Lin Xian, although he was powerful, his cultivation was at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. Just now, he had the aura of an honorable. This kid, he broke through. Dongfang Feng Huang was shocked. In less than a month, he broke through from the limit of the spiritual detecting realm to the honorable realm. This leap was too big. Even a peerless genius would not have such a cultivation speed. Could it be that this kid had a fortuitous encounter? Dongfang Feng Huang could not understand. She decided that when she returned, she would properly meet this Lin Xian. Lin Xian sped all the way, and soon, he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian ran toward the new student's dormitory. His eyes shone with a cold light. Previously, when he beat up the greedy wolf, he thought that it would teach him a lesson. He did not expect that the greedy wolf would become even more arrogant. Chapter 745. Immortal Martial Academy, Freshman Area. Wang Li and the rest were injured as they looked up at the sky in anger. There were several figures there. The leader was the green-robed man from before, Yu Gui. The rest of them had powerful auras and had reached the honorable realm. For the past few days, he had come every day. Furthermore, he had brought a group of subordinates to trap the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion below, making it impossible for them to escape. Since he couldn't catch Lin Xian, it was good to vent his anger on his subordinates. Therefore, he came every day to teach Wang Li and the rest a lesson. Yu Gui and the rest looked down with a mocking expression. Who should I start with today? Hearing this, the surrounding students shook their heads and felt sorry for these people. Wang Li and the others' eyes were gloomy as they trembled with anger. They didn't expect Tan Lang to be so overbearing and bring a group of people to trap them for 7 to 8 days. Moreover, he beat them up every day. They resisted, but there were too many of them and they even brought a set of arrays. Scolding, "Let's fight." Howda shouted, his eyes red. Yes, let's fight. Hao Er and Hao San agreed. Wait, Brother Xian should be back soon. Wang Li said in a low voice. He was also angry, but the gap between them was too big. If they went up, they would be courting death. Okay, let's start with you. Yu Gui pointed his finger at Wang Li. Hee, Brother Gui, I'll go first this time. A young martial artist laughed in the sky. I'm the best at teaching these freshmen a lesson. Okay, go ahead. Be careful, don't kill them. Yu Gui said. They talked and laughed, not putting Wang Li and the rest in their eyes. It was as if they were fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Fuck, let's fight. The 3 Hao brothers were furious. The others were also angry. This was too much. Io, you want to fight back? Did you forget what happened 2 days ago? Seems like I went too easy on you. The warrior from the greedy wolf gang grinned hideously. Then, he waved a huge grayish-white hand and grabbed downward. Gray gas surrounded the giant hand, bringing with it an unsettling aura. Damn it! Wang Li shouted angrily and counterattacked. However, Yu Gui simply pointed out a finger and shattered the fist shadow he condensed. You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves. Yu Gui sneered. With him present, these people simply couldn't deal any damage. Whoosh! The grayish-white hand whistled and quickly grabbed at Wang Li. The others shouted angrily and wanted to attack, but they were restrained by the surrounding array. I'll beat up whoever I want. You have no choice. Just accept your fate, ah ha 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 ha. Yu Gui laughed wildly. This is the consequence of offending greed. Older brother Xian, come back quickly. Hao De and the others were furious. Lin Xian. Haha, that trash won't dare to come out. Yu Gui laughed. You bunch of idiots, do you really think that trash will come to save you? He might have already run away. Hee, get over here. The gray-white hand flickered with light like a ghostly hand from the underworld. It was incomparably terrifying and was about to grab Wang Li. At this moment, a sword light flashed and instantly cut the gray-white hand into several pieces. Who is it? The youth was stunned and then became angry. Who dares to stop me? Get out here. Their greed gang actually dared to stop them. They really don't want to live anymore. Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian. The 3 Hao brothers shouted excitedly. Wang Li's body trembled with excitement. Lin Xian. That trash. Before the gray-clothed youth could finish his words, a golden palm descended from the sky and instantly sent him flying. Bang! The gray-clothed youth flew out 100 feet in an extremely sorry state. In the next moment, the golden palm flickered like a huge mountain and quickly grabbed at him again. "Block it for me!" The gray-clothed youth roared and punched out. A gray bat appeared in the air. It was 100 feet long and emitted a murderous aura as if it was really a fierce beast. It let out a mournful cry and quickly rushed into the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Bang! The golden palm waved and destroyed the gray bat, then quickly grabbed at the gray-clothed youth. "No, this is impossible." The gray-clothed youth was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He once again launched a terrifying attack, but it was useless. He couldn't hurt the golden palm at all. "Brother Gue, save me!" The gray-clothed youth cried out loudly, no longer as arrogant as before. Gue's expression was cold. He pointed a finger, and a huge finger light rushed out with a purple-black light. It was as if a demon king was rampaging through the void. However, in the next moment, the golden palm suddenly accelerated and avoided the purple-black light, then slapped the gray-clothed youth to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If it weren't for the protection of the defensive formation, the surrounding 100 miles would have collapsed. What? The other members of the Greedy Wolf gang were shocked. This method was too fierce and beyond their expectations. Even Gue was surprised. Then, his face darkened. The other party was actually able to dodge his attack, which surprised him. Moreover, what was even more hateful was that the other party didn't even show his face and injured his subordinate in front of him. If this spread, he would lose face. "Who is it? Come out!" Gue shouted angrily. The other members of the Greedy Wolf gang also shouted coldly, "How dare you interfere with our Greedy Wolf gang's matters? You're dead." "How arrogant!" A cold voice sounded. "However, in front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. Don't you like to torture people? Today, I'll let you play to your heart's content." Then, the golden palm waved again, grabbing the gray-clothed youth in the deep pit on the ground and waving him in the air before slapping him down again. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if an ancient giant was walking. The gray-clothed youth felt dizzy, and he felt as if his entire body was about to split open. He was about to go crazy, and even had the thought of dying. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Below, the group of freshmen were stunned. This method is too terrifying. Who is it that's so powerful? Someone who dares to offend the Greedy Wolf gang and is willing to help the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible. Although that guy has some ability, he's not that terrifying. Didn't you see that Gue's attack was dodged? That's a second-level venerable. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a second-level venerable. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Wang Li and the rest were abnormally excited. Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian. In the Immortal Martial Academy, other than Lin Xian, no expert would save them. Older brother Xian broke through. That's great. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Let go. Gue was furious. Beating up his underling in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping his face. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Compared to your Greedy Wolf gang, I'm still lacking. The golden palm slapped down, tearing apart the formation that trapped the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and then threw the gray-clothed youth over. I don't need to say how to deal with this, right? Boss. The three Hao brothers and the rest were agitated. Brothers, let's take revenge. 11 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion pounced forward. A huge purple-black skeleton appeared in the sky, surrounded by purple-black demonic chi. It was like a demon from hell, and its body was full of killing intent. Its two eyes were cold and flashed with a purple light. It was terrifying. Whoosh! Following Yugue's movements, the huge purple-black skeleton also moved quickly. Its pair of ghost claws could shatter heaven and earth as it grabbed at Lin Xian. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and quickly blasted it out. On his fingertip, countless fiery red auras surrounded it and rushed out quickly. Then, a huge vermilion bird flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip. It spread its wings and soared, suppressing the 9 heavens. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of feet long. Its body was bathed in flames, and its feathers were crystal clear. After the concept of fire reached perfection, the power of the vermilion bird seal became even stronger. It was as if it could burn everything in the world. The fiery red vermilion bird was as tall as a mountain. Its body was covered in a blazing light as it rushed upward. Its sharp claws and wings flapped, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Boom! Pooh! With a claw, the vermilion bird tore the huge purple-black skeleton apart. Then, it turned into a ball of divine fire and burned it. A strong wind blew, and only powder floated down. Yugue's pupils constricted. His ultimate technique was broken just like that. He felt fear in his heart. Yugue wanted to retreat because the other party was too strange. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. The vermilion bird seal was used again, and it quickly blasted over. The flames burned fiercely, as if a sun was rampaging through the void. Yugue could not dodge, so he could only resist. Boom! The vermilion bird slammed into Yugue's body, and then a powerful energy attack exploded. Yugue only lasted for a moment before he was sent flying. Blood was left behind in the air. A second-level venerable had been defeated in one strike. Everyone below was stunned. Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Especially those from the greedy wolf gang, they were in despair. Impossible. Yugue stood up in the void with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock and fear. "Brat, I won't let you off," he said hatefully. Then, purple-black chi rose from his body as he tried to escape. "Don't you think it's too late to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. "You injured my dragon sword pavilion's people, and you want to leave just like that?" He snorted coldly and pulled out his sword. Autumn sword, prairie fire. Countless flames rushed out from the tip of the sword and quickly spread in all directions. Soon, the entire sky was a sea of fire. Terrifying heat waves spread out in all directions, melting the void. One sword had sealed the world in all directions. Now, it was time to settle the score. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yugue. His 5 fingers were like swords, piercing into the purple-black demonic chi. Ah! In the next moment, Yugue screamed. "I've already transformed into an illusory body. How can you hurt me?" He screamed in horror. "I've said it before. Don't use your useless brain to think about my matters," Lin Xian said disdainfully. "With your strength, you dare to touch the dragon sword pavilion? You're courting death." He clenched his 5 fingers, causing Yugue to scream even more miserably. Soon, Yugue transformed back into his human form. "Brat, if you dare to touch me, the greedy wolf gang won't let you off." "Fool!" Lin Xian snorted. "No need to say such harsh words. I don't intend to let the greedy wolf gang off either." He flicked his finger, and a sharp sword light condensed on his fingertip. "If you dare to touch my brother, you will pay the price in blood." Poof! The sword light pierced into Yugue's body. "This sword is for Wang Li." Poof! This sword is for Liang Wei. Poof. Poof. These 3 swords are for the 3 Hao brothers. Chapter 747. In an instant, 11 light swords appeared on Yu Gui's body and pierced through his body. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists in excitement. They had been tortured by Yu Gui and the others for more than 10 days, and now they could finally spit out their anger. Even the spectating freshmen were excited as they felt their blood boil. Scram! If you dare to provoke the Dragon Sword Pavilion again, your fates will be even more miserable. Lin Xian coldly snorted, then turned and flew down. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others shouted respectfully. Are you guys alright? Lin Xian asked. It's fine, we can still withstand this kind of injury. The main thing is that the other party is too much of a bully. Yeah, being trapped for 7 or 8 days is too stifling. But now it's good, Brother Xian has helped us vent our anger. The group of people said excitedly. Don't worry, this matter won't end so easily. Even if the Greed Gang agrees, I won't. Brother Xian, could it be that you want to? A few of them were uncertain. You guys recuperate first, then go to Lion Moon City to get the pills. Once your cultivation has increased, I'll take you guys to take revenge. There's no need for the Greed Gang to exist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as a domineering aura rose from his body. Yes, sir. Everyone was excited. They knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was about to rise. Lin Xian, I wonder if your Dragon Sword Pavilion is still recruiting. A few freshmen surrounded him. They saw Lin Xian's powerful methods and terrifying battle prowess and yearned for it. Furthermore, after staying in the academy for a period of time, they would join a society. Instead of going to those big societies to be a lackey, it would be better to follow a new society like the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The Dragon Sword Pavilion has just been established, so we do need a lot of manpower. However, we only accept brave warriors. We don't need cowards. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If you are willing to take risks, willing to fight, and like challenges, then you are welcome to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian said, I have the confidence to lead you to the peak and let you feel the feeling of looking down on the world from the clouds. This process will definitely be difficult. For example, once you join, you will face the threat of the Greed Gang. Please consider it carefully. Of course, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion be bullied. Lin Xian's words were very truthful, without any exaggeration. He spoke of the advantages and disadvantages of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This would scare off a portion of the people, but it would also eliminate the unsuitable weaklings for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I'm in. I'll join too. After some consideration, many people decided to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It was for no other reason than Lin Xian's monstrous strength and talent alone. It was worth it for them to risk it all. These people weren't weaklings. To be able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy, they were all people with extraordinary talent and strength. They had a feeling that Lin Xian could soar into the sky. And at that time, the Dragon Sword Pavilion might even become a colossus within the Immortal Martial Academy. All right. Since we've joined, we're all brothers. Lin Xian smiled. Wang Li, make the arrangements. After that, Lin Xian handed these matters over to Wang Li and the others, while he himself formulated a set of rules for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. A total of more than 20 people joined, and the Dragon Sword Pavilion's members increased again, reaching 32 people. Of these 32 people, 13 had reached the Venerable Realm, and the rest were half-step Venerable Realm. Although they weren't much in the Immortal Martial Academy, in the outside world, they were definitely a terrifying group of people. After entering the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we're all brothers. If there's something for me, there's also something for you. Lin Xian said in a clear voice. I guarantee that you'll have a lot of cultivation techniques, pills, and treasures in the future, and they'll all be of the best quality. Of course, the Dragon Sword Pavilion also has its own rules. Firstly, no betrayal. Secondly, no killing of fellow disciples. No bullying of the weak. No, Lin Xian said a total of 10 rules, and these 10 rules became the iron rules of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. No one was to challenge them. The 32 youths looked at Lin Xian, feeling agitated. Every time Lin Xian said a rule, they shouted loudly. This was a group of hot-blooded youths. They relied on their hot-bloodedness and trust in Lin Xian to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would be so powerful, allowing the Dragon Sword Pavilion to soar into the sky. Many years later, when they stood at the peak of the Immortal Martial Academy and even the peak of the Blood Domain, they could still recall this scene. Their lives were worth it. After settling the 32 people, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He had already broken through to the Venerable Realm, and his strength had increased greatly. He had to consider what to do next. It was impossible to raise his cultivation in a short period of time because it was too difficult to raise his cultivation in the Venerable Realm. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. One had to have enough accumulation and luck in order to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to have enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And in the academy, all of this was spirit value points. Other than that, there was also the matter of dragon blood and investigating the heavenly netherbird. Of course, these things could not be rushed. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the counterattack of the Greedy Wolf Society and the Freshman Assembly. There was still half a month before the Freshman Assembly. If he could get first place, he would be rewarded with a generous amount of spirit value points. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. As for dealing with the Greedy Wolf Society, firstly, there was a conflict between them that would be difficult to resolve. Secondly, according to his understanding, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Society was an expert on the Mystic Venerable list. Now that he had broken through to the Venerable Realm, his strength had improved even more. Ordinary second-level Venerables were no match for him. He felt that he had the possibility of breaking through to the Mystic Venerable list. And the leader of the Greedy Wolf Society had become his first target. He had a lot of things to do, and this was just the beginning. Tidy up and recuperate. The next day, Lin Xian asked the 3 Hao brothers to go to Lion Moon City to retrieve the pills. When the 500 bottles of pills were brought back, everyone was stunned. These were all pills that could raise one's cultivation. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were excited. It was not that they had not seen grade 4 pills before, but it was the first time they had seen so many grade 4 pills. These 2 are for the Venerable Realm, and these 3 are for those below the Venerable Realm. Everyone gets 3 bottles. Distribute them first. Whoever increases their cultivation the fastest will get the remaining rewards. Lin Xian said, this is just the beginning. Soon, you will realize that grade 5 and grade 6 pills are not a problem. Yes, thank you, Brother Xian. Everyone was excited. After receiving the pills, everyone left and hurriedly went to cultivate. Liang Wei, go to the mission hall and record down some of the large-scale missions. Wang Li, go and pay attention to the recent movements of the Greedy Wolf Society and collect information on their missions. Lin Xian instructed again. Yes. Brother Xian, are we going to make a move? Wang Li asked. There's no rush. Let's wait until everything is clear. Lin Xian said, don't they like to rob the weak? This time, we'll let them have a taste of being robbed. Everything was going smoothly. As the leader of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian only needed to grasp the big picture. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.